love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself. You don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them. You don't prepare your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. On pool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this, because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Fishing. Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
My man Dahudi say, you should start the show with that Do It Raw track sometimes. Shout out to Dahudi, this is for you. Turn that up.
Yeah. New part-time that I kept a rule, I'm in a tap my try never cock him. Hotel. Never I buy a new session. Say my heart is happy. Never I buy a new session. That I write for God. Never I buy a new session. They say my heart is happy. And I praise God every day. A new Tefek, to on that I'm kept a room I try. I'm in a tef, never cock him. Renai, M. Shenu, pass I ride the Sue Biddy. He too witty, never mentor. I'm kept a rule, shooting at the rule to a ride side. Jedi, my dude, the 10, the fair. Yeah, Jedi, Ray and Kim, the fair. I heard him, my mentor, Saru. Neb Key Ray, my Akaru. Directly to the center of the cipher of the soul. I don't really know how to say that though. It go Aria, Heru, Wet Wawet, M. Masar, M. Ra, Harati, Ta Ankh, my Ankh Jet, Tuara, Neb Heru, Jedi.
The rematch archive.
Tuara, M. Jet, Ankh, Wasaneb, Tuara, Neb, Gert, Newton, Gale, Tuara, M. Dahudi, and my Saneb, Anouk, Nefer, Earth, Netta. Never I buy a new session. Say my heart is happy. Never I buy a new session. That I write for God. Never I buy a
Look at Chief X.
They say my heart is happy. And I praise God every day. To a rock.
I was just chilling though. you know what? I'm really bored and tired of they old ass arguments, and so I ain't really engaged. But I need to let y'all know, if y'all don't know the ins and outs of everything, that they ain't came back with no new conversation unless y'all gonna update me on something. If y'all, I recommend, if you're gonna mount an argument against somebody, you at least need to know their work. All right, you discovered by you reconstructed some glyphs, Babylon done. You gonna put it in your, you want me to put it in my next book? If you was a PhD linguist, I'll be juiced. Right? If Wu claims the Egyptians were not black, then why does he make black Egyptian characters in his artwork in this book? Yeah. If we dealing with those same old claims, we gotta allow people to have their argument. If they don't want to get on the stage and debate it, they just want to say what they want to say. Peace to Brother Flag. James, what's up? How many of y'all think Babylon Don reconstructed something like he just said? But I ain't about to trip. Maybe some of y'all can update me if there is some new information. You know what? I gave that song Hardcore to the dude who produced it. And I told him, that's Dead Perry. And I told him you can
recording in progress.
Since I just used this beat and, just, we got a relationship. So since I just used this beat and was having it all on YouTube, I gave him the verse and told him he could have it. So he gonna probably put that out soon. It's gonna be up. Let me see. Let me stop this from recording.
Recording stopped.
So I'm gonna put up a Zoom early. And hopefully, if it's something new, let me know. Let me see. Here go the link. Feel free to hit the link. I'm about to play this video in the meantime. And maybe we'll look over some of these or talk about some of these attestations. There are even ones I left out for scholastic purposes, because if we ever talk about it, I need to have more examples than were played in the video. So let's get into this video to remit your cattle, right? And maybe we'll talk about some of the reasons why we think they chose this divine black bovine to be the representation of their king. And we'll go further to see if it's a representation of their people. But as soon as you see this video, if anybody act like it wasn't a representation of their people, you can say, yeah, they talked about birds too, right? Kim means cow. It's all this new stuff popping up. And you got to give some people credit, even though they might have some disingenuous arguments. There may be a certain time period where Kim means cow. I'll tell you right now, it's going to be late Egyptian. And so it's not just any cow, obviously we know, right? It's a black cow. But since it was, just like anything that's black, that is, you can just call a black noun can be called Kim. Now, things that happen later, the Ptolemies called themselves Kim. So I don't never use none of those attestations from those time periods to understand the meaning of something ancient. If we're gonna listen to the Ptolemies and stuff, we might as well listen to Egyptologists. I mean, you gotta listen to Egyptologists up until a certain point, right? So let's look at this video, and yeah, the screen is black. I ain't showing nothing, the screen black. But let's look at this video and see if, tell me where you want to pause, tell me where you want to stop or whatever. What don't we understand in this? These are primary attestations of ancient Egyptian equating themselves with cattle. This is key to understanding if we want to start having a discussion of Kemet, right? Because everybody else, they try to act like they're giving you some sources, but you gotta peep game on what their argument is. They ain't gonna give you no source on that. You feel me? They're not gonna say, look at this text. It proves what I'm saying. They just always gonna say, look at how I understand this and think about how I understand this. Asar said Kemet don't refer to something black is crazy. Well, Jahu is not backing that. They have a disagreement but won't acknowledge it. Yeah, okay, they just lost in the sauce. They probably ain't regrouped right. But again, it's not my goal to, I will address the things that they said. Somebody want to come on, bring that up. It's cool. Right now, let's watch this video.
The Rematch are cattle. In Papyrus Lansing, we read the following. It is the army scribe and commander of the Amun temple flock, Nebmare Nakti, who tells the scribe, Wenem di Amun. In this text, the scribe uses the phrase, Taz Bawem An, Tn Par Jamem for Amun temple flock. This literally translates to, gatherer of cattle of the house of Amun. These are no cattle. This is a fighting contingency commanded by the army general Neb Mat Renaktu. In the tale of Sinuhe we read, Indeed, I am like a bull of who cattle in the midst of another herd. In ancient Egyptian, the word jam means young cattle. It also means youth, generations, offspring. His slaughterhouse was full of the enemy's children. The sacrificial cattle consisted of Asiatics.
Now let's stop right there. In that text where it says the sacrificial cattle consist of Asiatics, the word used was Jam. D-A-M. DJ, it sounds like DJ. Jam, all right? It can mean cattle, but it also can mean youth, offspring, and generations like that. That's another term we ain't even started to poke at. We just been talking about Winjut. But in my book, I include this term as well. And look at the use of it.
His slaughterhouse was full of the enemy's children. The sacrificial cattle consisted of Asiatics.
So it said the jam. See, the jam in the slaughterhouse, the cattle in the slaughterhouse was Asiatics. Those weren't Asian cattle, as they were talking about the children of the dude he was fighting. Or the offspring.
The sacrificial cattle
Look, the slaughterhouse was full of the enemy's children. See, this is a metaphor. And if we don't understand that they got people synonymous with the cattle, we're going to think they was really in the slaughterhouse. He just getting it in like, boy, it's like a lug, a lyric. The slaughterhouse was full of the enemy's children, and the sacrificial cattle was Asiatics. Even foreign people now we see equated to cattle. But what kind of cattle are the Asiatics? Sacrificial cattle. Right? We could go look at a picture from J Mill if they want to start doing pictures. We'll go look at J Mill cattle photos and you could peep game even what they showed you in the cattle photos. Let me see if I can pull that up. Well, they herding all the cattle. Now it's just a but it's real life though. Did we see? Oh, see if I put cattle. Here you go. Bow. Real quick. Field researchers and the archers doing their thing. They hit you on the way to Kimmy like, what you need, cattle? I be like, yeah, let's get that cattle photo. They might want to bump their gums. They're gonna be lost all on Wiki. Uh-oh. Now, we just want to make observations on what the artist was doing here. You know, the person who molded these clay figures. What up with Q Butter? Send me some slap one day, Q Butter. So fast. Forget everything they talk about. Send me a slapper. Feel me? I mean, you know, we got to separate games. So one day, hit casual at hieroglyphics with one of them blappers. I'm going to hit you back with a 16 that's going to make anybody in the room go, who is that? Bet 5. What's up with Q Butter? Now look, this J Mill field researcher, and we looking at how they treated the cattle as we watched the video about the cattle. Right? What we noticing about the cattle? One thing we'll notice is, what is noted as the bas relief of Ramses III, it may be correct or incorrect on. Peace to Brendan in the building. I see you. What may be noted as the bas relief of the mortuary temple of Ramses III. It's probably misnomered or misnamed, but if you look at that online, you'll see a picture of a guy holding on to 3 cattle or something, 4 cattle. And if we look at this, we'll note that every type of cow that was indicated in that, everything else look like, I don't know, bulls right here. I don't know. I see horns on everything. I don't know about cows having horns. Y'all can just straighten me out with that. I don't think people, peace to Chris. I don't think people are arguing that they're not equated to other, but I think they try to belittle the equation, or like they say, even when I talked to Winterman, he said things like you could also find them equated to birds and all these other things. But I think it's belittling the underlying pastoralism that we see. Like right now, they're herding cattle, but we don't know what event is about to take place. They're not just herding cattle because we got dignitaries sitting up here, right? So this is something about to happen. I can't say it's a sacrifice or nothing, but what I want us to observe is out of all the cattle that they really ain't dealing with like that and ain't hurting, we got these 2 solid colored ones back here. We got the solid colored black one. And if I can see it from another angle. Shout out to J Mill for the photos that come in so handy. Let me see. I was just tripping off how this red cattle back here was just like, okay, and then this black cattle over here was mounted to the podium, it appears. See how I got a tie to his mouth? and it appeared to be tied to the podium that the dignitaries were sitting on. Obviously, we're just looking to see why they even made this like this. And let me see. And it's good to note and to be able to look at. Right? Now notice we got these cows noted in different. And this looks weird because I can't make out what this one is. Oh, that's just sheer hecka small. Okay, and then that's the speckled one. Now this right here. Oh, yeah, that Kim glyph is messed up, but that's the Kim one. And we got the hedge at the bottom. But this is a different image. Shout out to J Mill. And then I guess we got a video of it. Okay, now I can see. Now I can see that the black bull is being pulled by that person right there. But whether this got something to do with it or not, it's just good to see that we got this to look at, right? And to be able to, I mean, all of those pictures provided by Jamie.
The sacrificial cattle consisted of Asiatics. During the time of Senwosret I, we find the above text equating Asiatics to sacrificial cattle.
Hey, peace to Dahudi. Hey, we've been at all the entrepreneurs. Hey, Yuri could tell you, everybody know Riparian is in the TLA. And the cold part about that is it ain't on the word Kemet. See, I was asking that argument a long time ago, Dahudi, which is qualified if they want to make their hypothesis work, right? And they're going to rename Kemet Riparian. Then what was they saying when they said the words that actually mean riparian? Or that was just another way to say it? Like, I ain't gave you two different ways they said black, really. They just said black. You might think of another way that referred to dark things, but we just stick it with Kim, and we ain't got to go replace no other words. So, yeah, if they have a term already that means riparian, that's more evidence that the scholars didn't worked on that already. The scholars figured out when they was talking about that. And it wasn't when they was saying Kemet. I'm like, dang, that's great. Thanks for the dart, Dahudi. We'll go over that.
The term Wenjut means cattle. Wenjut also means people. In the Loyalist Doctrine of Khairsu, line 3, 6, we read, "Gather your human herd people." In Papyrus New, we find, "I am one of your people, Osiris." This same statement is found in My Herpri text, "I am one of your Wenjut Osiris."
Well, let's stop right here.
In all of these attestations, Wenjut...
Because Wu made a claim that whenever the ancient Egyptians wanted to distinguish themselves from other people, they used the term Remech. I don't know why he said that. That ain't really true. Oh, I don't know. You might be right, Dahudi. I didn't witness that, and I wasn't. I be letting people say what they want to say, so I wasn't watching them shows, them shows. I didn't want to get mad and stuff. But they possibly was saying that it wasn't in the TLA under the word Kemet. You feel me? Yeah. It ain't in the word Kemet don't mean riparian in the TLA.
Can be translated as cattle or people. In Naksobek's song...
But let's go back to this right here. And feel free to hit the link whenever y'all want to. Let's look at this. This is a term that they used when they wanted to distinguish themselves from other people. Wenjut. We find it to say, I am one, this my people. Yeah. We find it to say, this my people. Like when he say, I am one of your people, but they also say more things when you look through the text corpus concerning the term Winju.
We find, I am one of your people, Osiris. The same statement is found in My Herpri text, I am one of your Wenjut Osiris. In all of these attestations, Wenjut can be translated as cattle or people. In Naksobek's song, Wenjut only means cattle. Otherwise, one will just slaughter oxen for the latch, cattle for the doorstep, a strong gray lag goose for the doorposts, or a gunbird for the lintel. In the satirical letter of Hori, we see Wenjut used to say a particular people group. I will be buried with among my group in the mountain of the Holy Land.
Hold on. Now, I will be buried amongst my people, is what he said, amongst my cattle, amongst my herd. Peace. Peace to Asar. How you doing?
I'm a tough son, man.
Oh, tough.
Just waking up, just getting it going. We looking at the new picture scholarship. I'm like, man, this is funny.
Oh yeah. You know what? I clicked on the video to watch for a minute, and as soon as I be hearing stuff I can't watch, I'll be like, I ain't gonna make myself mad at the house. I'd rather go play the sticks. Cause I seen a picture of some talking about like, look, this is the red cattle. Now why would they take that? And I was like, here we go with this shit again. Like we done went over all that. But
I know and cats be acting like we ain't had the conversation about this already. When you start to pull it back up, it's just gonna be funny. Like we cover what happens when you go red. We covered the shred being under Kim. They ain't even thinking about that. All that's gonna pop up here shortly. And it'll be funny when it goes down.
So he wants to be buried in the mountain of the Holy Land amongst his people. And we say there's only one word to use when you want, not we say, but some say there's only one word that they used when they wanted to distinguish themselves from other people, and that word was remesh. You want to know what's the funniest part about that? The only instance one of the main instances one would cite when mounting that argument would be from the Book of Gates. And in that, the first thing they say is Horus talks to the cattle of Ra. Right? So it's going to be hard to get away from it. But this term, I argue, is a term they used when they wanted to distinguish themselves from others. Winju. I mean, here go the attestation so that people can see it.
Used to say a particular
Can you hear that, Asar?
people group.
Yup, I hear it.
All right, here we go.
I will be buried with among my group in the mountain of the Holy Land of Abydos. It is clear to see that people and cattle were metaphorically symbolic of one another. In the case of Kemet, we should understand the black people of the land to be metaphorically equated to the divine black herd, Kemet. The king of this divine herd is often called the Bull of Bulls, and he is adorned with a symbolic bull's tail which encapsulates this divine bovine metaphor. Ancient Egyptian cattle culture spawned new ideas in Kemet, while the society was going through formative changes. Each intermediate period brought new social norms to Kemet, and most of them seemed to be based on interactions with people who appeared foreign in nature, tongue and skin color.
So is that elite that some of the new social interactions appeared to be spawned by coming in interaction with people who were different in tongue and skin color? Chief X in the building, the leader of the leader of the Mediterraneans.
What's happening with you?
Nothing was going on.
I didn't want that. I'm just laying around and getting ready to watch these game sevens.
Yeah. What time them come on?
One come on in about 30 minutes.
Hey, you watch UFC, huh?
Oh man, I love UFC. I've never missed a UFC ever.
You watched last night?
I watched the last night. I know the other Asar did too. Did you see it, Asar?
Man, I was watching the Tyson Fury joint.
Oh no, that was different time though. But Barbosa was looking like he need to probably, it's over, Barbosa.
You a UFC? You a big UFC fan, Smash?
Oh man, I watch it all the time. I pay for the fights, everything.
Cool, man. Yeah, Laron, what's his name? Laron Murphy beat his ass last
Yeah,
night.
yeah, that was good though. But you been watching the resurgence of the Riparianites?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, they came straight up out the grave like doing the Michael Jackson with that one neck. You know how he hit the neck to the head. I can see Wu walking down the street hitting that Thriller dance.
Did you because I heard you say something earlier on your stream today. You said Wu said he ain't black, but all his characters are black.
Well, yeah, somebody pointed that out. Shout out to Wu for making the Magi Archers logo back in the day. You know that arrow that be hitting him? He designed that.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, but I ain't mad. So let me ask you something. I know you are opponent to this view, but I know you can see clearly with this information that they made themselves synonymous with the cattle, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm glad I got that on tape. That's good. That's cool. But then you know they had a black divine herd called Kemet.
You talking to me, Smash?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm not well, I'm not versed on that argument about the cattle.
Yeah. It's just a little bit of game though. People, they did have a black herd. You know all about the black bulls, the apis, and all that. Well, a herd of black cattle would be called Kemet, right? And so the argument and the hypothesis works because even if you could take it into other realms that we're talking about, but Reggie's hypothesis that they seen themselves as a divine people, just like they seen the divine black herd, and then called themselves Kemet after that herd.
Yeah.
That'll make them the divine black people.
Yeah.
But then everybody wouldn't be Kemet, I guess. I don't know, because some people wasn't even like that. But that's the theory, and that seems to work.
Well, the rematch, at least in the hours of the night in the Amduat, they talk about who's gonna go where. You know, they talk about if you were of Ma'at that you would get this, if you weren't, you would get this. So, you know, they give an explanation of who's going to get what. They make distinguishing marks concerning who they are and who other people are. And in the beginning, whereas the blacks, the Nahesi, and they distinguish that, they tell you Horus watches over them alone.
So we're going to look at that too. Them and the Nahesi, apparently enough. Now let's watch this, because this is written in my book, but I just put a little part of this chapter in the video form. So I don't, if this argument, I'm questioning even the way that I said this, but so let's listen to it.
Divine bovine metaphor. Ancient Egyptian cattle culture spawned new ideas in Kemet, while the society was going through formative changes.
Correct.
Each intermediate period brought new social norms to Kemet, and most of them seemed to be based on interactions with people who appeared foreign in nature.
Now that's what I want to talk about, because I got that statement. I mean, it's original thought, right? But I got it from, well, not an original thought, it's an original sentence, but the thought was spawned by Mario Beatty, as I talk about later in the book. But Mario Beatty is the one who came forward with the theory that during the first intermediate period, it was all these people trying to take over, and they had to they did set forth terminology, as well as other things to distinguish themselves from others, and that being them calling their area Kemet.
Hey, Smash Rockwell.
What up?
I'm about to hop off because I got some stuff to do, but I got a question for you and Asar before I leave. Because since y'all MMA fans,
Yes, sir.
Do you think, Asar, after John Jones fights Stipe and win, do you think he'll fight Tom Aspinall, and can he beat Tom Aspinall?
That's a good question. I think after his injury, he's changing his mind on that. He's just gonna do Stipe and then retire. But before the injury, I think he was gonna try to beat Stipe real quick, beat a youngster, and then retire. But I don't think he should try to fight somebody that's that young, healthy, and able. When you're already the champion, just go out like an OG, man. Don't overdo it. You feel me?
I agree with that. What you think, Asar?
No, knowing John think he can whoop anybody except for his two brothers. So John is probably going to fight Miocic, or how he says Steve, and he'll probably end up doing the super fight with Ngannou. And then
Okay, yeah, he'll try to get that money. Okay.
yeah, because him and Ngannou is about to command a super purse.
Yeah, that's cool, but that Ngannou kind of messed that one up though by getting dropped by Joshua like that. I mean,
That's okay.
if you
Because
ask
that's
me,
boxing.
yeah, I
That's
feel you.
boxing. So they see it as, well, he was in a boxing ring. But it won't be any different than when Conor McGregor came back from boxing and commanded a super purse. And I mean a super purse when he fought Khabib Nurmagomedov. So he's definitely he's got Stiope, and then after he fights him, it should be him and Ngannou. And then I don't know how bad the injury is yet because I haven't talked to them in a minute. But when I shoot over to New Mexico, because they over there with Tom and them training, I'll see, or Greg and them, I'll go down to their gym and I'll see what's up. I'll go check with them and see what's going on. Big Brother Flag is in the building. Let me shut up. Imhotep.
All right, y'all. Peace out, Smash.
Peace. Peace to Brother Flag in the building. What's up with you? Your mic on mute.
You on mute, Brother Flag?
If you're talking.
You on mute, Brother Flag? Big Brother Flag is in the building. Let me shut up. Imhotep. There you go.
Oh yeah, your YouTube.
Right,
your
peace
YouTube.
out, Smash.
Peace. Peace to
Peace,
Brother Flag in the building. What's
You
up?
gotta
turn off your YouTube, brother.
I do. Do I?
I think you might have just did it. Because
now we don't
hear the
You don't hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you. How are you?
Okay.
You on mute, Brother Flag?
No,
No, your YouTube is still playing. Your YouTube is still playing.
There you go.
Oh yeah, your YouTube.
Hit the mute button on your YouTube and it'll take our echo.
Your YouTube, bro.
Okay. I do. Let me do that. Do I?
I think you might have just did it. Now we don't hear the
You don't hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you. How are you?
Okay.
You on mute, Brother Flag?
No.
No. I'm just gonna mute you until you get the YouTube turned off. It's all good. I'll play a little of this video while you work that out.
Tongue and skin color, as stated frankly in the Hymn to the Sun. In the Hymn to the Sun, we can find text that reveals some of the precursors to race taxonomy or group classification.
Y'all disagree? Now, I said it, that's how we've been saying it the whole time. Precursors.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The things that come before it. Right? And sometimes the things that come before it are completely unique from what people derive from something. Like these precursors, they first started to see, obviously they knew cattle heard it, and then they knew animals heard it, and they started to see people as herds.
Based on appearances, language, and nature.
Now you can find riparian in the TLA as a certain way. I'll pull it up.
The text reads, tongues are different in speech and so is their character. Their skin color is different because you differentiate the foreigners. Before this, in the 12th dynasty, Stele of Mentuhotep, London UC 14333, Mentuhotep said, people are of the same skin. This word for skin was yenim. This can mean skin, the hide of an animal, or skin color. So we all can see the ancient Egyptians saw skin color to be synonymous with the hide of an animal in the term yenim. And the animal we see most frequently compared to ancient Egyptian people groups is the bovine, particularly cattle. This is very important in understanding the term Kemet, which also meant a herd of divine black cattle. After looking at these primary sources, what Brother Reggie Marby proposes about Kemet being the divine black herd of people is quite plausible. The Remetch are cattle.
I'm gonna stop this. Yeah, I think Brother Reggie deserves all the props in the world for his research. We also know that we can add to that body of work and help brothers out, and that's kind of like what I was trying to do. So
I definitely think you did that for sure. Brother Flag, how you sounding?
Yeah, I think I got it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hotel family.
Hotel.
I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I really, really appreciate what all of you guys are doing. When I say all of you guys, I'm like Asar, Imhotep, Jetty, Reggie, Smash, Ujawu. I've learned so much from you guys. You guys have really learned so much. But one thing I can't understand is how brothers that are studying the ways of Kemet are overlooking our instruction for Meta Nefer. I don't understand this. You guys, some of you guys got decades of study in, and it really comes out. For example, when I was watching Brother Asar interacting with Wu Jiao, and it went from him Wu Jiao not allowing Asar to make his point to ending up say, yeah, Diop was wrong.
Right.
And that's first of all, it's not proper a protocol for a scholastic or intellectual debate. It's second, it's disrespectful to the ancestor, to the highest, one of our most esteemed ancestors.
Mm-hmm.
And fighter for the uplift and resurrection and restoration of the African family at the head of the table and putting down all the racism that had us hemmed in. And then when we try to raise ourselves up, learn the language, and we have these discussions, and I believe Asar Imhotep did it too, said he's wrong. The man was not. I don't understand it. And they said so vehemently. I don't get it. Can you guys help me with this?
Well, I have problems with that too. And sometimes it's masked in a passive aggressive attack that goes beyond just attacking. The overall attack is on blackness. And I think some of what the elders brought gets in their way. And so they got to dismantle that too. Now, I'm not knocking the ability to say somebody might have been incorrect about it, but just exactly the way that you put it, when addressing all the hard work that someone has done before you, even if now that you're working with a whole lot more technology and things, even if something might have been skewed, there's a level of respect that is not there when we act like we are superior people and they were wrong and we right, and that's that. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't know, it gets distasteful to hear that, but at the same time, I mean, not even at the same time, I'm just saying, we hear that these scholars also want us to build on the work that they put out and set forward, and even to, to add to the body of work in some extent. And so some brothers feel that's what they're doing, but the way that they, just the whole "I was wrong" blurt it rubs people the wrong way, and it
Yeah.
seems like just overtly disrespectful.
And when you see me on there with them having the discussion, there was a couple things, and I gotta preface it. One, you got our brother Ujau, who you know, his metal nurture skills are good. But he has a hang up with being called black. So you got a person fighting the social construct within himself. The second thing, you got our other brother, Asar Imhotep, who comes from the Hebrew Israelite background. So they both have a problem kind of with Africa, right? When you hear me talk about Sheikh Anta and they ask the question, the question, and we'll bring it on out. Is Giop wrong when he says this statement? And they just want him to wholeheartedly be wrong. Job is only incorrect in one thing in this statement. He said the only term they used for themselves is Kemet. And we know they used other terms to call themselves. He's correct in every other facet. Why? Because Kemet is one of the terms that they denoted for themselves. So with him denoting that they are Kemet, that they are black, that immediately strikes a chord with Ujau and Asar Imhotep. Because as you heard me preface on there earlier, he said Kemet has nothing to do with black, quote unquote. So you you can see the hang up in their minds already. And so I had to go back over it. And then even Asar Imhotep had to stop Ujau and say, no, Asar is right concerning this particular thing with the homographs, because they're so aggravated at the term black, they have a mental hang up. You guys used to call them sellouts back in your day. I'm not calling them sellouts. I'm just saying that you and you know you know y'all would have been like, what? If Dr. Ben would have heard one of these dudes say, they'd have been like, who? But the new cult. Hold on, let me finish, Smash, real quick.
My bad.
The new culture has a hang up with the term black, and these are the effects of integration and what's going on with African culture right now. They don't respect it anymore.
All right, look. Now they arguing in the chat about TLA having Riparian in it. I recall seeing Riparian in the TLA, but if it ain't in there, it ain't in there. Now, I just did a quick search, and I'm going to show y'all what's happening as far as this quick search is concerned. If you just take the word Riparian, right, and you're trying to quick search it by translations, Zoom user, add your name so I can know who that is. I don't even want to click it. It just says Zoom user. You don't want to click to add your name. That's exactly how lazy I feel about wanting to let you in. Let me see. So now, it's other ways to search it. You can unclick this, see if it'll pop up in another something else, right? But when we go to the dictionary, and so this may be what some of the problem, or maybe what my memory was doing, or maybe some of the debate that y'all having in the chat. All right, yeah, I will. You're now. What I think what they're saying is that this word here in the dictionary says riparian land, but in a text corpus you can't find that. Well, let's see if it's written spelled this way, because notice they spelled it a little different. And this is different than it's spelled online. Unless I'm tripping. No, I'm not. I'm tripping. That's the exact same word. So I'm just trying to give people some leeway. But now notice on all of these words, they got instances of when they was talking about that, right? but none of them words is the term Kemet. You feel what I'm saying? And so even if you take this word where they're talking about that and take it to the TLA, this WDJ or W Jinga, whatever, that word is not saying riparian in the TLA. So I don't know if that's what y'all was arguing over, but I'm about to click the link that Yurik just provided and see what it shows.
Even while you're scrolling through there, the term for when they called it riparian is Kemi Iyad. So they put the black in front of it and then said Iyad. You can't, the black don't go anywhere.
I don't know what I'm supposed to see here. All right, yeah, here you go. It says, I give you the riparian fields, the riparian areas, and the entire two lands as far as the sun shines. Now, here he's showing what the term is, right? And it is Ajebu, right? Ajebu. And so he's basically, I guess he's saying when they want to say that, that's what they wanted to say. That's what they said. It wasn't Kemet.
And look, it says areas. So there's areas of it.
Well,
it's not the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. And we should know that to be true because from the bottom to the top, I'm talking about if you go look at those are all riparian countries. So I never argue against that. I argue against the meaning of Kemet, meaning riparian land. You messed that up. Yeah, you messed that up. And as Yurik is showing here, if they wanted to say that, they say Ajeb, I guess. Adab. Right? So when we talk about why that means that, because that's just like saying the two banks. If I click this word, it's going to say the two banks. Right? So let's go down here. Look. Oh, it don't say the two banks. Arable river plot. That's cool. But it really comes from a term for like, where am I messing that up? I guess I did or something might be the two banks.
It's the jib right between.
Yeah, that's what I clicked, but it didn't say that though. It said something. That's cool. It's nothing.
Yeah. River plot, arable land along field on the bank. Yep.
So that term is also in the dictionary right here, showing it's. If y'all seen the dictionary now, right here. I don't know if y'all seeing the dictionary or not, but so I argued that too and asked that question. Peace to Rakufu, I see you. And
all right, family.
How you doing, bro?
All right, bro. Hey, real quick, Jonathan. The reason I gave you my number the other day, I also hit Asar. I see Asar here. What's up, Asar?
I ain't even looked when you said that. I just didn't want to say nothing. I don't do that like that. Hit me on the email or something.
Oh, I didn't even know how to. Yeah, I didn't know how to do it. But my thing is, I had sent Asar the picture, and Asar, you know what picture I'm talking about? The Nigerian Twa and the Twa from Kemet with the same necklace on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you ain't even. Why you ain't in the back chat?
I don't even know how to do this. I'm lucky I got my. I heard you say you're gonna be lazy, and I went straight. And I'm like, oh man, how am I gonna get it?
Bro, you gotta get. But you do the email, though. You do the email.
All right.
You got an email? All right.
I do. If you send me something, then I can work through that way.
Yeah. Now, look right above. What does Ijebu say? Foreign countries.
Oh, what you talking about?
Right above what you got highlighted.
Yeah, it say foreign countries. Peace, everybody. Peace, Brother Flag. Peace, Asar and Ka. Peace, Smash.
What's up, brother?
That'll be this in this dictionary ain't the type of dictionary that you know, what I mean is they are just saying that they got an instance where it's used to cite foreign countries. But if we take that to mean foreign countries, besides in that instance, I just be knowing how these dictionaries work. You know what I'm saying? We might be it might be misleading.
So if we got Ijebu shorelands in foreign countries as a plural noun, it's no different. Now you don't see when they use the Nwit sign, that's not no foreign country. No foreign country. It's always gonna be something of Egypt. Ijebu shorelands, foreign countries.
Hey, I think
That's
I
telling
might
you
got
everything is
something that can
riparian.
help us.
That's everything riparian. That means over here is riparian. Over there is riparian. It's just the shoreland. Okay. Now we never argued that it's not riparian in those locations. What we argued was very simple. Kemet does not mean riparian. And as you can see, we're looking at a different word in order to say riparian. And what's the question we always ask them? How do you get riparian out of Kemet when you've got the term Ijeb and you've got the term Kimi Iyat for when they said riparian when they used it as a place name? They called it Kimi Iyat.
So
black under the riparian. So you never lose the black.
Now, if we look at the root, it's going to be the D and the B, right? Now let's investigate the root just in this dictionary real quick. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Now we see a longer form of the word, right? Adeb-we. So we know the root is the D and the B, but we see a suffix. We see a prefix and a suffix on it, right? The suffix WY is giving us the two through the duality. So Adeb-we, so that we still working with around the D and the B. We see another, right, for plurality, just the U. Not Adeb-we, that's two of them. This is multiple. How would you say this? Adebu? Or Adebu? Yep.
Ijeb.
Yeah.
Ijeb-we?
But this ain't a jab, this is a deb. Because
that's a jeb. Yeah, right.
If you say that like a J, that's not a capital D. That's just a
I mean, you could say Ijeb.
So it's D like dog.
Yeah,
Ijeb-we.
Yep, it'll be a dead way. I just was making sure I wasn't messing it up. But now, okay, we keep on continuing. Let's just keep looking. A ratio and a length and breadth. Probably where they start laying it out on the field. Field, meadow, bank, the edge of a wound, shield the shore, a riverbank. Riparian land, it said something about a flood. Let's go back. Shore of the flood. Right here. Now, that's what people was trying to argue is Kemet in all of this. And this to me is another instance that, they already had ways to say that. And even if you're going to say, no, they wasn't saying that when they said that, they said this, then what was they saying when they used this term? But I want to see if there's a simpler form of the DB. I'm just looking. No, I ain't doing that. Like, for instance, how we just came across this, because somebody would have thought this was land and a foot. But it really ain't, though. Adeb, a field, a meadow, a bank, right? Now, see, when you see this word arable land, that's just like saying riparian land a different way, right? You see, they have ways to say that. Now, you might find some Egyptologists in certain books or in certain definitions of the term Kemet, they try to say, in this instance, it means arable land or fruit land. I've seen that. We was laughing. Like they said, they actually went as far as to say it means the fruit land.
Yeah.
Like,
you see, you just pulled up Iyat, right?
Well, there go one with a Nuit symbol. What's up with that?
Well, actually, that's not that word with the Nuit symbol. That is a Behudet.
Yeah, the winged sun disc. I see.
Yeah, that's about Harut being protective and it being protected land. When you say Behedeti, but the Iyat, what you just pulled up is what I just mentioned. When they use it as a place name is called Kimi Iyat. And so we asked this question in the old argument. Iyat is how you say arable land. Why did they put the Kimi in front of the Iyat if they
All right.
didn't want you to still say black?
So here's another thing to analyze, and I want to trip off this. Somebody said, I know one definition of Kim or Kemet means full or complete. So we should analyze those too, like we have. And when you get to the Coptic, it's all revealed. They got a whole nother KM word for complete in Coptic. It should suffice. But they put a different sound in between the K and the M. And I'm not a linguist enough to say that that is a cognate, but we can clearly see they got a word for complete in Coptic, which is different than the word that they call their country Kimi, which means the black in Coptic. You feel me? So I was just gonna let's look up the complete so we can let people just see this. Complete. And none of the Egyptologists only found one instance. And I'm going to go with the Egyptologists. I put it out there so you guys can say I'm wrong in that instance. But I want y'all to look at Kimmel, right? Not the one that I can stand on that I got from the linguist, but the other one I put up. Because even the Egyptologists put a question mark next to it to say, do this mean complete or not? In that one instance where they got Kimmel. So here we see Kim, right, for complete. So we're going to look into this in the new TLA, and we'll check these 66 occurrences. And we'll notice a few things about this, the way it's used. A lot of the times you're going to know, well, before we go through it, in the Old Kingdom, is going to be equating, is a lot of the times, and what I'm saying is an authoritative or, completely definitive, but what you'll notice, patterns will develop. And a lot of the times it's going to be with counting things, right? And so when you see a Kim and they're counting a certain amount of things, you could probably know that that's what they're talking about. Now, even the first instance of this Kim, they're questioning, right? They got a question mark to it, and the question mark is next to the glyph saying that they don't know if that's a Kim glyph there. So I want to start with one with a definitive about it. Now, here we got the Kim. We're supposed to be looking for complete. Has completed. Now, from this verb form, we already gonna know that this ain't
the land.
Exactly. We know it ain't the land, but then we'll also know that they probably not saying nothing about something black here, right? Because we got this Kim in, and it ain't saying has black. So what normally there's going to be a verb right there, and then we could know that that's the Kim for complete. And so people will finally know, okay, yeah, there's the systems to knowing the difference between a Kim for complete. And this one isn't an account of anything. It says, the goddess is slandered when the fool has completed an accumulation of evil. Right? That's what they're saying. And so even if you wanted to try to slip, the goddess is slandering when the fool has black an accumulation. I don't know. I wouldn't think this is the same rendering. And so we'll continue. We're looking over Kim complete. The destroyer, now here's a different thing I'll say about this TLA. I should have went into the old one because these texts aren't in order. They're just popping from, well, it say 12th dynasty. Maybe, hold on, let me go to the old TLA and confirm that. And y'all feel free to hit the link. Anybody want to build or say something right now? Go right ahead.
Well, let me say, Smash, that Brother Sadiq, he slid us a paper last night on what the Nuet symbol meant. And I thought that it was interesting that when certain time periods they would show the land determinative when they were outside of Egypt. But let's say when
Wait, you said the land determinative. What do you mean?
The one with the 3 hills.
Mm-hmm.
When they show that,
Hassat, they said the foreign lands, yeah.
Yeah, the Hassat symbol, they showed it as foreign lands because they wasn't inside of that principality. But once Nubia became a part of Kemet, they changed that heel symbol to a Nuit symbol. So how could they change?
I'm not following you, so please say that again.
When Nubia became a part of Kemet, they changed it from the Hassat symbol, however you say that, with the 3 heel determinative. I mean, land determinatives. Well, it's just one symbol, but it has 3 heels on it, which means foreign land. When Nubia became a part of Kemet, in a sense, they changed that Hassat symbol to a Nuit symbol because it was a part of it was inside of Kemet now. So if it was meant arable land, how could they have changed it from a Hassat symbol to a Nuit symbol later on?
Mm-hmm.
How could they change it? If it meant riparian land, how could it have once been a Hassat symbol and now it's a Nuit symbol?
So you'll see certain glyphs changed.
Mm-hmm. During time periods.
Can I speak on even at the same time, even during the same time period?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm not saying that this real quick. I'm not saying that proves or disproves what you're saying, but I'm just saying that that is a fact to be noted if that is your line of inquiry. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's in the paper. Yeah. Also, they didn't do that for the Persians or the Romans. They left theirs as the Hassat symbol. They did not acknowledge them as being within their group.
So there's a lot of nuance that needs to be discussed because I don't agree with, and I never read the article.
Okay.
But the way that it's proposed, at least that you said it, and maybe they didn't say it that way, when Nubia was added to Kemet, that I need to question, what did they say? Did they say in the article when Nubia was added to Egypt, or did they use the term Kemet? And is their viewpoint of Kemet the same as Ujahu them's or the same as ours? You see what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, we can pull the paper up later when you get done, and then we could go over it. Or do you want to do that? We could do that later. It doesn't matter, but yeah, I think.
But was they saying Egypt though, or Kemet?
Hold on, I can go back and look. Let me mute out. I'm gonna go and look, and then I tell you.
Yeah, I ain't tripping. I just was you don't have to if it's not on top of your desktop. Do you recall the terminology? Was they saying Egypt?
Yeah, they're using terms like Egypt.
Okay, yeah.
Are you talking about the 11th dynasty royal inscription from Der El Balas?
I'm not sure. I got the paper up, but we'll have to go through this later. I don't want to get y'all off track.
When you read it, how did you account for your knowledge of Ta Seti already being where Egypt started? You see what I'm saying?
Well, they if we look at the paper, they deal with Ta Seti too. They deal with it's going through a whole thing. It's a journal paper, and they're dealing with Ta Seti. They're dealing with Thebes and how throughout time these Nuit symbols are changing, and they're really going to say they're dealing with Waset. They're dealing with a lot of things that's talking about time periods and how these Nuit symbols change from foreign lands based on what the circumstances are.
Okay.
And then when they get within inside that principality, they can change the Nuit symbol from a foreign land because they're no longer foreign.
That's a good point, and I'm pretty sure it's a good paper. I'm not qualified to speak on it until I see it. I just was hearing what you were saying, so I'll look at it. But remember the show where we was looking at the other day, bro? And in the Ptolemaic period, they had Kemet as a foreign land.
Mm-hmm.
Man, we got one where they got Kemet with the throw stick and the heel glyph. We got to find that again. But notice this. Now I came to the old TLA just to get this right, and now we got to talk because why is this happening like this? This ain't. First of all, this ain't right because I found some are in my old research. But look at what they're saying. This gonna be weird. This is way too weird. Guess what they trying to say? This ain't right though. But that at least in the text corpus, the oldest Kim make complete line right up with the oldest Kim for black.
There you have it.
I don't get that.
I noticed that the last couple of weeks, really the last week, and going into both TLAs, the new TLA has been having a lot of work done to it.
Yeah, well, they say it when you click on the page that they're going to update the sort engine. Until they fix the sort engine, it ain't. I like to sort by time period. You see what I'm saying? And if the text gonna be all over the place, it ain't as useful for me.
Right.
Or,
and I'm just changing the time periods, trying to sort.
You can't do that yet, huh?
I think they're doing more than just a sort query.
Well, once they finish, it's about to be bananas.
Yeah.
But this is the Stella of Mentuhotep, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we got Ankh S. They say Ankh Sin, so their lives completed Sama in, so he killed them, right?
Yeah.
Now that would be a Kim for complete. If we look at this text.
But is that the oldest attestation, or did the one that you show?
I could say in the text corpus, but we can find it older than this, like with not even a long ass search. I just know I've done it before, but maybe I'm speaking out of turn because right here they got 52. When we went to the new one, they got 66. Now propose that some of those extra ones, you feel me, are 68. So suppose some of those extra ones is what, they got an extra 16 or something. Now
or like those duplicates.
Yeah, no, well it could be duplicates, but now look at this. I just don't even want to stop right here. I just see some weird stuff. And I was looking at that. But then you have to come down here hella quick. And this is old.
What? I definitely would have thought that particular crocodile tail right there.
What they gonna say that is? Oh, hell no, bro. So now they're gonna say this is the verb to be complete. See? Okay. That's cool.
But what do that sense?
But hold on.
But what I know.
Hey, Rue. Kim.
Hey, Rue Evangelist.
What?
Black.
They tripping. Hold on. This might not be a complete.
Heru the Black.
No, well, that would be that, but we know that to be true. But what's after that? We got the Erdi. What they say is after that. Yep, they say a deet. This is what I'm tripping off.
Yeah.
Normally, we got Haka. Oh, we got the Haka NF. This is
Hero.
Well, let's see if they calling this. No, they're not saying Haka NF. This is just strictly Haka. Or right. So they're saying rulership of Horus. Yep.
As one.
Where is the complete in here?
How is that as one?
Yeah, that as one.
Oh, they didn't even put complete in there.
That is one. That's black.
Hold on.
Yeah, they
didn't even put complete in there though. Y'all, everybody can see that.
Well, as one, a whole, complete, a pie, not half, not 3/4. 1 or 100% is as one. That is complete.
Nah, they made that up.
Look at what and here's how you're gonna know, right? So you see that glyph right behind the Haru bird, second line for those who don't know, and then you see the stroke. What does that stroke mean?
I don't know.
It means the glyph before it is literally what it is.
Well,
The black.
So not that exact. So
black.
now you
well, we do
you
know
can't,
about Horus being Horus the Black, so I'm not tripping off that. We got attestations that got that there, but this is what I'm trying to trip off, and I want y'all to trip off this. This is in parentheses.
yes.
Yeah.
But
So that's
but this is not.
No.
This exists.
So what I'm saying is normally the parentheses isn't referring back to something in the text that's there. You know what I'm saying? So they are literally translating this as one, but they don't want to step all the way out on it because they put it in parentheses.
Correct.
So so I'm saying like either they left this word undefined because Boom Wajet places as Horus. I mean, it's just weird. Why did they do this like this?
Well, let's break it down. Let's read it.
What is that glyph right there? Is that a Kim glyph?
Yes.
This is a different rendition of a Kim glyph.
Yeah, that's throwing me off. I never seen it looking like that.
Yeah, it's just a different rendition of it. Yeah. And so if you want to find it, this is where you find it, the Stella of Amenemhat. And notice that this is in the beginning when they start talking about Kemet. This is when the first use of the black Kemet pop up. So why is they saying that? When I went to the other TLA, they got this one popping up, complete popping up at the same time. And it just seems weird to me that they don't know how to define it and they put it in parentheses, but they know about Horus being Horus the Black. So why, and it's in the adjectival position after Horus, so why is that not even entertained? Rulership of Horus complete, maybe when we look at the primary, but if this is like this, stated this way on the primary, right? Then we're going to go to this DF right after the Kim. They say it's a Kemet without the T there.
Right.
Because we got the T on that.
Let me ask this question.
So is Horus the Black one?
Hold on.
They said as one in parentheses.
Well, because they're trying to interpolate that Kim right there means as one,
it means
which would be complete.
But hold on, we're just before you finish. As one don't necessarily mean complete. I know how we see that would seem like it is that, but go ahead. I'll expound because I don't want to keep cutting you off. So go ahead.
I don't see it as complete. So when we start at the beginning of that second sentence, it says Heket. That's our rulership. After the scroll, you see Horus, that hawk right there. Then after that, you're going to see Kim, the black glyph. And you don't see any T on it. You don't see it meaning that. What it must mean, because we've got a literal stroke behind it, everyone knows the grammatic rule on the stroke because you got it right above in the first sentence at the very end of the first sentence. Go to the very point to it. It says Ra.
Yeah, you talking about Ra with the
that's
one.
what they say for entire. Their question is
no. Listen. It says Ra, and it's giving you the literal sense with the stroke underneath it. Now you've got the Kim down here, which has the stroke right after it, giving you the same literal sense. So when we talk about the grammatic rules, when we see that stroke, it literally means what that glyph is in front of it. So this would have to mean Horus Black. That's what it would literally say.
Well, hold on, real quick.
When I
you making
read it.
Go ahead. Who's that?
This is Patar. When I read, not the Meta Nature, because I would have to parse that. But when I read what their translation is, and some of what the Meta Nature says, we know that Horus, or whoever Horus, his father got killed, right? Osiris. By Set. When you unite the two lands, according to the mythology, but even if you actually do the two lands, when Horus does that, or whoever did that, the Wajet, you actually completed the mission of avenging your father, Horus's father, or you completed the same mission that needed to be done before as far as uniting the lands once again. So that's completion.
Hey man, I accept all the Kims that mean complete especially when they're talking about counts and stuff. But this looked crazy to me. Oh hell no. Let me see.
And also to add, when they have that, seems to me when they have the papyrus roll, it tends to seem like it means completion or complete. Just
that'll be a bad way to read it because there's times when they got the papyrus roll that don't mean that. Right?
Okay.
So if you use that as a rule of thumb, then you might be missing some times when it actually don't mean that.
Yeah, because the papyrus could mean an abstract thought, especially if it's sideways. And in this case, with that stroke behind it, literally, that it makes no sense why they would try to say as one. There's no indication as one should be there.
So here's a Kim for complete coming here. And they say, behold, his son is finished. And they question mark it. Now, if you take this question mark and say, behold, his son is black.
You messed up.
That's going to be crazy. It might be there if you want to do that, but it makes no sense in the context of what they're talking about, right? He was robbed of his son, right? It says the temple worker there and the administrative manager responded with the words, there is a shortage of workers, so he said. Behold, his son is finished. So his son done. Like he ain't working no more. Maybe. Or is his son black? Behold, his son is black. What would you put on your homework for that one?
He may have died.
I wouldn't say he died.
I'd have to read the context.
Well, they say he was robbed of his son, and that's not normally how they. This is the context here.
His son finished working there after the.
So it says, I was robbed of my son. That's normally not the way that they say my son is dead. That means somebody took him to go do something else. So it says, I was robbed of my son. The temple workers there, that's probably said took him in the blank. See what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then it says, and the administrative manager responded with the words, there's a shortage of workers. Not because his son died. So they saying, behold, his son is done. Like he ain't working no more. And that's where they're getting finished out of this complete, which works fine. Now, if we see in the text, you probably right, Patah. Not 80% of the time, 99% of the time, there's going to be a papyrus roll there. But
right. But I agree with the text because it definitely is like a son, our father having to give up his son. It was a shortage of workers. He had to give up his son. Now he's, being done not being done literally, but my son might have a hard time. My son is done.
The same son made a complaint to Sinraset earlier in the text right there. So his son ain't dead. His son made the complaint. He's finished working for them.
Man, I don't like this, man. Because first of all, they broke all this out, right?
Mm-hmm.
It won't show.
And then they say the city Jedu, i.e. Memphis, actually the pyramid city of Teddy and Saqqara, raises 1,000 men.
10,000.
10,000, I'm sorry. Literally makes 10,000 men complete. Nah, bruh. So what they broke out was Kim S. completing men. Now, Kim, no. Hold on. How's they doing that? There gotta be a Sa. You see what I'm saying? And they got the Z here. So, I mean, now let's just go slow. Because this is feminine. So this got to be them. This is really not an S. It got to be a sin. If I click this, it got to be a sin, though. It's an S, but it gotta be a sin. See, they just all right. So
she, her,
I
hers.
know, but watch. Look at this. Where's that at down here? That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't see nothing feminine in the translation. Peak game. That's what I'm saying.
Unless they're calling well, they got.
So the thing is, they're talking about 10,000 men, right? And if this S represents a sin in suffix, it'll be them somehow. So now, if this is the men, we're gonna see how they get in this. So they go to Sa, right? So now we got men. So what is this saying? The city completed them men. And so they say complete gotta mean raised. And they say literally is 1,000 men completed. But since this is all broken out, that's why I was like, this ain't even cool. All that got broke out anyway, whatever it said.
Right. It seems like if it's broken out, how could you interpret it? How could you even write it? How did you get the information? Was
exactly.
it not so later on? How it's broken?
That's a very good question. So now we look here. It says the lessons of Mary Kara. So we'll know that they got another text with the lessons of Mary Kara that they're probably lining this up with. I mean, that's the only thing that we'll propose because you're not just guessing what's in there. You know what I'm saying? But so people can see, for it is of no use. Now, a lot of these ain't even saying nothing. They stretching it, y'all.
I like this new TLA.
So this will mean complete too, huh?
Yeah.
Because where do this say complete in the definition? For it is of no use. I
give it complete because now we do have a scroll showing an abstract thought.
All right, so let's just read the meta nature. I see nin, right? Negation. Now let's call this complete. It's not complete. And this is to make something made by one or one who makes. So let's see what they say. Thereof, there too. Okay, that works too. Of it or whose. That works perfectly fine. It's not the instance I thought. And then they got this. What's this doing?
I just think that's an end.
I was about to say, they just threw that in there. So now, how is they getting... This ain't even... Oh.
Or it is of no use. How do you know?
Complete...
Should just no completion
of the they work. Saying that ain't even negation. It's no use. So it is negation. So it's just saying it's not. I guess this means complete still to people.
Yeah, that's that. I agree with this one here.
Yeah, but I don't see where they're saying that at. No use means incomplete.
Well, that's why I'm saying I don't like this new TLA because look at how many words they tried to add in there. As opposed to
so when we go straight to the better nature, how are you rendering this?
Yeah.
I see no or negation, completion, right? And then they said there too, thereof. So it just ain't complete.
Yeah, I say not whole.
For it is of no use. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it's not a best translation, but it got the point. But I don't like how they doing that.
Not complete. Right? But it has not been. I mean, it's like, I'm with that. And
not complete. Not fair, good.
So what is the confusion about the Kim that mean complete and the Kim that mean black? Because the TLA ain't confused. And so I'm trying to see who is confused off that. Here goes the Kemet, right? It says be made into the amulet and be not. And then in the people Coptic ain't confused either. With one knot in the morning and the other in the evening until the completed of 7 knots. So this is like I said earlier, that when they're counting things and then you see that Kim pop up and they got that papyrus roll, you probably want to know that they're talking about complete in that instance.
Then you got a papyrus roll right up under the M, right after the T, a small.
Yeah. And here's another rendering where they use the hieratic M. He is completely inferior. Now, this is a Kemu they're saying. So, one who is complete, I guess, under, they're using this under, so they're using that as inferior. And then this is a hieratic, a we, or a me. You see what I'm saying? So they probably called that did they call it a we? What did they call it? No, they call it an E. For E-M Jadi, and that's the court of law. So he is completely inferior to me. So if we had not been seeing any renditions of when Kim meant complete before this video, I'm pretty sure some other people showed it. I have not been watching their shows, but if everybody been following this argument from day one, you know that the TLA ain't confused about this. I'm not confused about it either. We know the instances when it says complete. They're trying to act like the ones when the TLA say it says black are options for meaning complete. When the scholarship already has it rendered, no, they're talking about two different things in them instances.
And Smash. And what I've also observed is when the papyrus roll is there, when it's completion or it's abstract, even though the T is an abstract, when it has the T, no, when it has the Nuit symbol, it doesn't seem to mean any completion, any abstract like whole or as one.
I don't know how you came to that conclusion, but there's still an option that it could mean that when it has the Nuit symbol. Are you saying just because it has the new, you seen one with the Nuit symbol and the papyrus roll?
No, I have not seen that one.
Yeah.
But just from reading over the text or going through the TLA, put it that way.
See, this
they have an example.
Okay.
Well,
see that one right there is completed 18 years.
Oh yeah, all of these are going to be completed. But keep going. Yeah.
Yeah. So when people, if you say, but it could mean complete, it's probably then it has to make sense in the syntax in the sentence, which is what we were discussing the other day. So Brother Flag witnessed that. I'm telling them you have to get the syntax, and of course, the best way to stop me from getting on your head is to cut me off. Mm-hmm. If you don't, you're probably going to take that L because we're going to get to what it is.
You went on their show and they was
cutting you off? It was wild.
Yeah, I got on the show and we was talking and Asar Imhotep first he said, that's why I did the show today. He said, Kemet could never mean black.
Why would he say that?
Why? Exactly. And I hit the link.
So he's saying that the Coptic people is all 100% wrong?
Well, you know, he don't even deal with the Coptic
sure
with Chiluba, so
they started to explain.
So we already know he's an error right there with that. You know what I'm saying?
James, you sitting and you was in the house like, we gonna hit the
man. Yo, when they did that to you, I unsubscribed.
Yeah,
that's how quick it happened.
The people in the
they
chat,
start playing with you like that, I unsubscribed.
Partially here with me, and then of course you got the faithful. They gonna go with they team. But what happened after I pulled it out and then they tried to change it into a grammatic discussion, which they messed that up too. Asar was like, well, no, Asar is right about this. And Ujao clicked off for a second. I'm like,
we could go to Sandro Capo-Chichi's blog where he writes on Nafri Media. He's a real linguist. He's not fronting like he a linguist. And he addressed these matters. Now look at this. Let's stop. This is what I want to show you. Yeah, so anybody, did they show y'all this last night?
Nope.
Well, guess
they
what?
Probably showed us a rendition of it, but
nigga,
they didn't go
this
to the TLA
complete, my dude. You see how they got y'all? Hold on.
To finish.
See how they got y'all?
Mm-hmm.
They'll show you Kim with the canal glyph and say, see, but then when you read the text, it ain't even talking about. It just means to complete something. But they got, to be fair, they got a question mark next to it too, right? Mm-hmm. So them Egyptologists. But did you trip off that?
So that ain't got nothing to do with no repairing.
I'm gonna stop that. I mean, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, y'all better form y'all answer to that, because that's gonna put brakes on y'all on the big screen.
That's crazy.
That's gonna be brakes. Like, see, y'all doing trick'emship.
Undershoot.
Here go the Kim with the N23, and it ain't even talking about the location. Unless they talking about the Kemet of the red linen material.
See, that's that syntax that they didn't want to let us all show yesterday.
Exactly. It was like, we not let. I tried to share my screen.
That favorite glyph.
Like, nope. It said host will not
The
allow
only
you.
other one that
screenshot.
Kim Ware. Kim Ware is what they. That's the only other one that looks similar.
They got the brakes beat up off them on Kim Ware. I'm gonna show you how they still don't understand what's going on, and y'all gonna be like, you can't make this up. Because when they did a hit video, I know they know. So I don't know what's going on.
You clipping this up as we speak.
Yeah. But when they did,
let me mute.
No, you don't gotta mute. But when we did this, let's go to Garfield page. Let me see, BRO. Now they did that hit video on me, and I was like, blood. So it let me know that they people really don't understand the argument. Can y'all hear this audio? And so remember that this is a 9-hour discussion that we had, right? Wait, is this the video? I don't know if this is even the same one. This might have happened some other day. I ain't been watching. Oh, 5 hours ago. This definitely ain't the same one.
Nah, this is where he talking about y'all might have got you concerning the discussion. I actually chimed into it.
Oh yeah, like, that's what's so funny. Just because they so let's talk about it. Ajahu know that ain't true, and he got humiliated and left the industry or whatever we want to call this because of that, right? But let's look at this, and I'm gonna use look. I stop right here. This is when I just got disgusted. Now this the same trick'emship that I was addressing with Wujahu the first time. But look at what the person who made, and it's probably the Hudi Ma'at or Cedric or somebody who ain't well versed with the glyphs. Just read the screen and tell me I'm crazy. So they still trying the lie that I was refuting, and nobody got it. Because he was trying to tell people that it say Kemet Aret somewhere here on the screen. Now, what we see is Kim and you really, if you read it, you see Kim. They didn't put the on here. So you see Kim. Now, if you want to read the book, then you're going to say Kim Ka. But you never, look at what this say in their hit video. They still lying to people that this say Kemet Aret, bro. Now you see the arrow. Am I making this up? Is y'all looking? Can y'all see this?
Yeah, I see it.
I'm like, how? Now, if you listen to that, I was questioning Wu, like, why would you use this in your slide, trying to act like there's something here that says Kemet Aret? No, this translation, Kemet Aret of this right here, is grammatically incorrect. And I talked to the person who made the slide. But you can click the link. And so on this slide, if you want to show how this is grammatically correct, click the link and I'll show you how we walked through this before. At the time period when this text was made, the term Kemet Aret had never ever been spoken. And we walked through this. I got a whole presentation on it. So I'm about to show Chris.
Chris about to hop into.
And that's the trickmanship.
Yeah, they do some sly stuff that's not you know how I move.
Mm-hmm. First, you pull up the TLA with this claim in it and see if it say Kemet Arret. Then you're going to listen to somebody try to make it say that. It don't say that. Let's look. All right? So let me show y'all. Everybody ain't got to be on mute.
Nah, we listening. Brother Flag came off mute. I don't know if he has something to say.
Waiting for permission to continue from the elder. You got me on the edge of my seat.
Me too. Oh.
So Big Brother Flag, you see why we have to defend. You see why some of the battles go on, because we have to defend Shake Enter Joke when they try to throw him under the bus for something he's correcting. You know, if when he's incorrect, we can point that out, yes. But to say that he's incorrect about the usage of the term Kemet would be wrong. To say that when he said the only term, well, that's incorrect. At the time, he wasn't able to see everything, or he may have just been trying to bring everybody's focus to the term Kemet for the people, so that the focus on other terms for the people were, not involved. But in saying that, he wouldn't be fully correct. But when he talks about the term that they used, absolutely, it's one of the terms that they used. And so when they rejected that, that's a bit crazy.
From the time you said, why can't I, or may I share my screen, and why can't I share my screen?
All right. Now, that's why I don't be liking this. Because I know I'm right, but let me show you what happened when I show y'all I'm right. This shit don't stop happening. Now, this is the attestation on the screen. And look at what the TLA say. Somebody else read it.
Come and see your son who is served by the Gao, great black man, who is served by the Weret crown. Done.
So Chris is about to come explain how this great black man is a Kemet Arret. Right? Even though right here the TLA don't agree, it say Kim R. But we go back to their slide. See, they don't, now this great black man now, it gotta turn to Kemet Arret. Now, if y'all want to read this, let me show you. This is like Pexer. Let's look. NF is going to say Kim R. Right? Now, let's look at the TLA. Do y'all see PXRNF Kim R?
Yep.
Do it say Kemet Arret? It's not feminine. And I said, the statement I said that is they had not even said Kemet Arret like that at this time period yet. I'm not making that up. Now, when we come a little later, here they're going to say the first Kemet Arret is going to occur when they talking about him being great and black. They're not talking about no location. Well, go ahead.
Does this make sense? Since this is a Sejm NF form, and that the F, the horned viper, in that being his, so that's where you get in that masculine, that's he. That's a he.
Where you at? So let me go back to the text. Now, come to see your son. Let me pull it over so you can look at it. And I got this text. I can pull up the pictures of it. But we was just looking at the pictures. So you're coming to see your son, not your daughter, right? So everything happening in the masculine. This is why everything we find here is in the masculine. If somebody thought that this word was feminized, they was wrong. So now my question, now look, you can clearly see the transliteration. There's no Kemet Eret in the damn transliteration. My question to Wu was, why are you acting like there's a Kemet Eret here so that you can act like this place can take a Kemet to you? Because there has to be a T amended on the root for you to say it got a TU bird on it. Now, when he was saying that, I really did catch him. The magic is it say Kim over here and it say Eret crown over here. Where at, right? And so really, that's what the magic metal nature was. But since everybody got confused, even all the way down to somebody who knows more about this grammar than me, so I don't know how I can just prove Chris was wrong just that quick. This is not a Kemet Eret, and nothing about the grammar that you know is going to make it one. That's why the scholars didn't put Kemet Eret in the TLA. And actually, they put great black man. I didn't make them put that. So let's talk about it. Ga'u means a region, right? So I don't want nobody to be confused, but they transliterated come to see, well, you want to go back more harsh, and we have to go see what it says in the German. But when they put this into the English, you seeing the same thing in the German. Look, let's stop it. If it'll let us stop it. Well, it ain't letting us stop it. So I ain't make that up. Now, what's happening here is crazy because somebody, what you gonna try to know, this is a standard, a Kim, and a bull on it. This whole statement is masculine. So why somebody who know the grammar want to take this and make it feminine? They messing that up. They acting like this word crown is feminized. That's not feminized. Meaning, when you take this, ain't no W. All right, this is what I mean. The T, now we know about the T, so they can't fool y'all. The T on the word crown is making it an abstract thing that's great. It represents greatness. So it is the word crown. Let me put this here. W. The great one, see? That's what I'm saying. So it made it into a thing that was great. That ain't feminine. So that's why they didn't put a Kemet Eret, because they wasn't tripping off matching the gender of that. That's just, come on, man. Look at this. Now let's see if that happens or does not occur. Look, take the Warwick crown of great importance and important foreign speakers who are headed to Libya. So I guess that's not the Warwick M A'au. That would have been A'au. Even this Waru right here would have been Waru. And you know what I'm saying? So they not matching the gender. And I trust me, where I could get corrected inside of my theory, as long as the overall theory stands. I'm not all the way saying nothing.
No, you all the way right on that. Because that T, in that case, that T is abstract. It's not feminine.
Yeah.
You want to say it's false feminine, but it's abstract because you're taking a thing, that crown, and doing something to it.
Now look at this. Teddy is a man. We know that. And we know the A, Pooh, B construct. Teddy, Pooh, where? Teddy, that is great. So they saying where means the big one. Teddy is a big one. So they talking about a man. Well, why would they feminize it here? That's not feminine. It's making a crown abstract. So therefore, when we talk about Kemet Eret, they wouldn't have matched the gender of something that don't need the gender to be matched. because they didn't even see a word as something that was feminine. Here's the actual attestation we're analyzing. This word could be feminized. They could have feminized all these words to match the gender, but the cold part, it says, come see your son right in the beginning, which is a dead giveaway. That's a masculine sentence. And then they say the great black man. So this erect crown is just the erect crown. I'm not, now, the conviction in my voice isn't against anything that I was just saying, talking to nobody about. This is just, I feel this way. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can see it, and if cats can't see it, I'm like, man.
And then and add more flavor to it, and not to be patriarchal or toxic or over masculine. Who wore the crown? The crown is not going to be. It's not going to be that. It's not going to be fair.
Well, this is one thing I need people to understand, and this is the main reason why. This is just the TLA revealing to you why they want you to stay out of it, right? Because when we came to the text of scrutiny that they had up acting like he's still right in their hit video, like you can watch this. It's gonna be framed like.
I did.
Okay, let's see. Just a second. See, I said it to him right here. He guaranteed me he didn't. But the people who edited the video don't know what's going on. Watch this. They still telling people this is Kemet Arret, and it is sometimes transliterated Kim Er. Are they serious? If that ain't the backwardsest lie I ever heard told. So you saying something appears in the feminine and is sometimes equated in the masculine like this. That's just not how it occurred in the text. So that's messed up. Hold on. Peace, Chris.
Man, that shit is not working.
We can hear you.
Oh, my bad. Peace.
What's up with it?
You got it?
I think you messed that up, bro. That ain't no Kemet Arret.
Wait, where?
Ain't no gender mandating, no T's on that. And if we look at the periodization, we could go to Pascal Werner's book. The term Kemet Arret ain't found until like the 18th dynasty. This way back with Peppy now. And so we was just looking at how that word, the T on this word at the end, right here, is actually, that's the abstract T. Yeah, that's the abstract T making that weret or whatever, the crown, the white crown or whatever.
Yeah, it's a crown.
And so my argument was like, no, you can't qualify this as being no Kemet Arret, as we can look over all of the text to see, so we can see what's up.
Yeah, no, that was as Kim Ware.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they was chastising me. This is the same one. Look, that's just a different part of the thing. And so they was making it a Kemet Arret, and this is why I was like, hold on, bro, because this is critical for the argument. If they could make this a Kemet Arret, then they can qualify the grammar of a TU bird, even though that'd be crazy, being amended onto this, and they'll say that Kemetiu from the 6th dynasty goes back to a Threbus, like some people were arguing. And so I'm like, they can't pull that off at a time period. Now, I agree with y'all. You know this could be stated later, at later times when they write it out, Kemet Arret. That's there. But Vernus in his book say that don't appear, I think, as a Amenhotep, and since I got the slides. So now this slide right here was belittling me, and it's kind of like misleading. Because it says, this is Kemet Arret, sometimes transliterated Kim Er. Are you serious? This is primarily transliterated Kim Er, and if we ever find it in the feminine, we translate it Kemet Arret. But you never transliterate this Kemet. I never seen, well, I don't think I ever seen this just transliterated Kemet, though. Not without a T on there, I haven't. I seen Kim. If you put a T on it, then maybe. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I've seen it. I'm not sure. I think I've seen it before, though. I think
it might be. It's there. So let me show you now what I'm talking about. Because we go and we looked over these, and it's in the hit video, but dude just chopped it up to where he didn't show that at the end of that video. That was the last time we had seen my good brother that time. But that's all
That
in
was
the
the last
back.
time you and Mujabu were talking about this, right?
Last time
Yeah.
he talked about it on YouTube for 18 months because he was supposed to come back with some sources that were non-extant, and so
I remember that.
Yeah, but that's no here nor there. We all make mistakes. That ain't no big deal.
They also regressed back to saying that it could only mean Kemet if it has a hair determinative, which I just seen you slid past some hair stuff. But
oh no, that's just crazy. But I just lean on Sandro Capocici's work. He broke it down for us, and we could read it. If they could point out where he's wrong in that argument, then I could side by that. But as far as I'm concerned, they never even addressed that. He basically broke down how when you take a color adjective, you can look at other categories. Don't just keep it on Kemet. If you take a color adjective and then you make a noun out of it, a lot of the times you might not see the determinative for that color adjective. Like let's and so it happens in some instances. Some it don't. But that's Sandro Capocicci who said that, not me. So
yeah, but to express color, you don't always need a color determinative though to express color.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
I think he knows that.
Yeah, that's what they regress back to, Chris. So that's why I was trying to point that out because that's
but I thought that was Asar's argument that you always
that's Asar.
Yeah, they got two different arguments. To be fair, I don't think Wu know the glyphs better than Asar. First of all, and maybe Wu
he didn't correct him when he said that.
Yeah, you remember James? He said that's my argument too. So he picked up with it, and I said you don't need that hair determiner.
We got a Babylon Don site. Welcome to Babylon Don. Feel welcome to come in and build, and it's all good for you. But continue, Asar. You got the floor.
Yeah, so I had to point that out. I was like, and I didn't even get too deep. I don't think I touched on the hieroglyph yesterday, but I spoke on it before. Like the hieroglyph is not needed to show Kemet. As you can see, you done clicked everywhere, and you don't see any hieroglyph to show.
Well, Kemet meaning a color.
Huh?
Yeah, you mean Kemet meaning a color, right?
He's saying that the hieroglyph is there when it talks about people, and it's got to be there to talk about people.
Wait. That's different than the initial claim that he just said. James said it need the hieroglyph to say it meant black.
That too, but he also puts in there that it means black people. So when he uses that hieroglyph, he uses it to state that if they were going to state black people, they would have put Kemet and then this hieroglyph and then the people determiner.
Now,
and
not necessarily.
Yeah, that's
I don't know if that's how he stated it or not, but I'm gonna let's deal with it. Hold on, I'm gonna press mute.
My bad.
Yeah, that's incorrect. And even in the original discussion, when I had to check that same point in, I was like, you don't need the hieroglyph to say that they're black.
My bad.
My bad.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Keep going.
What was the other portion of that? The other thing about that was they were saying it couldn't mean cattle and all this other stuff. And you already seen what I pulled up earlier. I haven't given that to Sable Reggie, but when I do that, it's just going to compound even more the fact that you got a whole Turkish clan doing it. You got a clan over here doing it that's Asian. And you got, of course, Africans doing it, where they designate themselves as cattle and different other animals for their totem, and it becomes an ethnotoponym. Soon as I said there's ethnotoponym, they didn't say anything else about ethnonym can't be a toponym on the show.
Yeah, you broke that down. Now let me break this down. Look, this the part people don't get. That of course we acknowledge that at a point in time they had in a feminine sentence even they used the gender and said Kemet Aret. It was not a big deal. It happened, and we could find it later. But the reason why this is significant to the argument we're having is because there's a sixth dynasty attestation of a word called Kemetiu that people was trying to say it mean other than the possibilities of what it could mean. And so they're trying to act like it has to be strictly toponymic because all TUs are strictly toponymic. And the toponym that it will root to is going to be this Kim-er if they can make it Kemet-eret. But that's an anachronism as we're about to see here. And so, and we went over this before and it started getting real deceitful. So right now he's just talking about the gnomes of Athrebis when it was called Kim-er, excuse me, right? And I can't read the French, but we had people read the French. What he does here is showed us all the ancient empire or old kingdom attestations of how they said this place, every place they said it. And we can see them here big. And notice how he's showing us Pepi, the one we analyzing. Second, this is the one we analyzing. It looked like this. Now, Ujahu made a very good point, and I like the good points, that people make, that it looks like it's a pot glyph under here. And I had to concede that, okay, well, if you see 8 or 9 of these and one of them got a suppot, I would say that we have the development of it developing into a gnome. But notice this. What you really need to see is this, and this is what I think, and tell me if I'm wrong. Now, this glyph right here, and I analyzed this later and I said, I think he got one off on me. This glyph right here, do y'all think that is 232 Pepi number 1? And then the next is following, because look, this has colons and this has semicolons, right? And so after I just was trying to trip off of this. After the colons, I think this is the Pepi. When I went to look at Pepi 2, it did not look that way. But nevertheless, I had to give you that. This seems like it was developing into the Sapat. What I want y'all to get from this overall is none of them have a T on it. So somebody could not argue that this was translated as a Kemet in this time period. Then when we came to later time periods, he showed us when the first one come in. Well, these don't even have it, but he tells you how this one was pronounced. So this is what they called this Neb Kimway. And he talks about this too, right? But we're going to get to the first Kemet, Eret. Now, 18th dynasty, you can find it like this with a T on it. And then you can start mounting the argument that after the 18th dynasty, that something meant something. But the problem is we found Kemet TU in the 6th dynasty, right? And so, and then don't be belittled by the way that Vernus just takes the attestation out, because when we come to read this one from Ramses, this is a feminine sentence. And so then it mandated that they said it that way. It appears, but somebody can tell me, yes, it works or it doesn't work like that. Now y'all see another rendition of it. Ramses III, Kemet, right? This don't qualify in the conversation we're talking about, because we want to know what Kemetu meant in the 6th dynasty. And that's what people was missing about that conversation. And I feel like I've been talking for hella long. So y'all got the floor, anybody. And you don't gotta agree with me, but I like arguing my point out. So let me know if y'all, Yeah. So what?
We're at 20th dynasty.
So yeah, this again. So now when I asked her about this one, I don't know if it was this one or the Papyrus Leading. I think the Papyrus Harris and the Papyrus Leading are connected somehow. But she said that there was a superfluous T here. But none of this matters. I don't care. I don't argue things just to argue them. In the 20th dynasty, you see, I showed back then that, yeah, there's a Kemet Aret in the 20th dynasty. That ain't got nothing to do. Let me show you what they're trying to take away from us. And that's why that video was so weak to me. But this is what they're trying to take away right here. It's going to be a primary based on blackness and some people rooted to this blackness, right? And it maybe it's just a location. But when you talk about farmers and you say they related to the green, you call them watch to you, you're not talking about a particular farm in the ground. You're just saying they related to that which is green. All right? You know what I'm saying? That's great. But whatever. Somebody will argue where you're not saying that they are not that which is green. So let me show you here. So the first thing we was analyzing, and this is the first Kemet Aret that occurs, and they ain't gonna like this. The reason why they don't like showing this is outside of the corpus, but it's inside of the corpus. The reason why they don't like to show you this one, because when we come to this one, this is Isis when she found her brother gray and black. She found Pepe gray and black. If we come back up here, we can read the whole thing. But here go Aset, and this is Memphis right here. And they find her brother gray and black. And so we could go over all of this like we've done. They found him, gray and black. Yep.
Yo.
What else can I say? I'm trying to help.
It's done.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Kemet Aret. Now, if the TLA disagree with me, then I'm a liar. But if we put that in here, so I'm gonna click Kim right here where it says great black man. I'm gonna click Kim and watch what the TLA do when we start analyzing the first ways that they talked about it. Even these scholars be like, something going on with this black man thing and in this area right here. So, but they'll tell you different. Now here we see it again. Come and see your son who serves the great black man. But notice this time we're looking at attestations of Kim So if we go to a different attestation, it keeps saying that. The great black one. The great black one. Now it says the great black man. Now, this is the problem. Because Osiris was venerated in this area, they keep trying to take away and act like this great black one is just talking about a lake or something. And not trying to act like they don't know Osiris was Kim the great black, right? But look, here go the next attestation so y'all can clearly see. Pyramid of Teti, Pyramid of Teti. Your two sisters, Isis and Memphis, this is literally what I'm showing y'all, but I'm showing y'all it in the Pyramid of Pepi right here. Let me show you. This is saying this, your two sisters, Isis and Memphis, right? And they're going to find you great. This is the Kemet Aret. Now watch. So you can, now look, that do say Kemet Aret. See? These dudes will lie and act like it's this one. Let's see if this works. Your two sisters, Isis and Memphis, comes to you to make you whole, black, and great. See? What is black and great? Anybody?
Kim where?
Kemet Aret. Because it's women. Because it's feminine now. It's women coming to make him black and great. See? So it's Isis and Memphis. So they got to feminize black, which is Kim. So they're going to say Kemet. And then they got to feminize great, which is were. And they're going to say were. You see how they did the trick? They trying to act like this old Kemet. I can't lie because, I mean, I'm not even qualified to lie. But I don't want to confuse anyone is what I'm trying to say, is that I don't think that they came out their mouth and said that this Kemet Aret, but no other ones exist. And so notice here that it says Kemet Aret, and this clearly says black and great. Now when we get to the one that they talking about, the location, They clearly and it even says in parentheses, or very black, right? But then it says, in your name, great black. And then in parentheses, they put Bitter Lake Forest. Why? It's because they want us to know that they want us to think for some reason that they're talking about the Nome, not the 10th Nome, but another area that indeed was called Kim Let them tell it. Because if they just say something else, mean something else, and we don't investigate it, like there is this text, what I mean, I think it's the shipwrecked sailor who wound up on the island, and that he called the island Kim So we asking ourselves, how did he wind up on an island called Kim And we know Kim is the 10th known. Then we know Osiris is Kim the Great Black. Which one is they talking about when they talking about what? Well, what we're not confused about here is they went further to say green and great, right? Very green, in your name, the great one greener. Now slow that down. This will give an indication that, okay, they're not talking, he's going to become an Osiris, but they're definitely not talking to Osiris. They're talking to Teti, right? And so that means you got to take these two out and give them the locations. And then what you left with? That this Kemet Aret, Isis and Memphis come to you to make you whole, black, and great. That's not a location. You see what I'm saying? If you're trying to be fair, take that great black and say, okay, y'all talking about the Bitter Lake Forest because we got this green and great that's talking about the Mediterranean. So then when his two sisters, Isis and Memphis, that came to him to make him whole, black, and great are very black, that's something else. And this is where we have the statement Kemet Aret, and that's another reason why they don't like that Kemet Aret. It seems to be haunting them. How you gonna be hating on blackness in the TLA? The white people of the TLA put great black man here. Then you gotta go back and describe to people, instead of being proud that you found something that you can show people, you gotta flip this back to make it not work.
You know what, Smash? I was rolling around the crib earlier, saying, man, I said, why do people say this? I'm like, they saying that we ain't even got nothing to do with what they saying white people is wrong. Why would they? And I was like, why would white people do that?
Yeah, like why would they just lie and say,
right?
It say black man here if they supposed to be so racist?
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a no saying they ain't racist, but I'm into the logic of the person. If you a racist, why are you giving props to some black people?
Indeed.
Right. But one of the things we didn't even point out is they use the term complete and they use the term black in the same vicinity. So we can get a look at both of them. This is in my book.
I know, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's why I already knew. I'm like, and I got the metal petroglyphs right here. So because we looked at this before from my book and from the pyramid text. So
real quick, I'm gonna grab my lunch. You can host, James. Can you host?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I was on mute.
Real quick, I want to say thank you to the people who already contributed to the show. They done bought that new Black like Osiris. I appreciate you. I'm getting that out first thing Monday. Thanks for the cash apps. I'm gonna grab my lunch and be listening to the show from the other room. Pan-African James gonna hold us down. Hold on, let me do something real quick. No, I don't gotta. I'm gonna play that when we come back.
Yeah,
hold us down.
Let me share my screen real quick, right?
Bam, there we go.
So here we go in the mix. This is the glyphs, and I'm gonna point out the fortress. So this is my book. This has been for years now. Utterance 366, 626 from the pyramid text. O Asar, stand up, lift yourself up. Your mother Nut has blah 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 blah. This, that, the other. In your name of he of the great land, Sepdot city. They're comparing him to a city. Your two sisters, Aset and Nephthys, come to you. They heal you complete. This is in the text. And great in your name of great black, and fresh and great in your name of great green. Here's a picture in Cairo Museum. You see Asar, you see his two sisters next to him, really his wife and his sister. This is our set right here behind me. You can see the chair on her head. So when we go to the Medu Netra, let's go down here to the Medu Netra. Just passed it up. When we get over here to the Medu, you can already see this is the house of the Sar. This glyph right here. This is also the house for the per.
Zoom in. Hold on. So is it possible you can zoom in and make this a little bigger if possible?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
This is the house of the Sar right here. This is his per Ankh. Okay. When we go down to where the text is at, oh, just past it. Where the text is at, it's right here. Kemet Weret. Ren, your name, Ek, in Kimware. And then you see the fortress is black. Okay? So you got the glyphs right, and it's got it in 274, 22, 38, and 67. Kemet Weret. Black, great, in name, great black, or black great again. And then you have the wool, because he's representing the land in this particular text. Any of these you take is going to pretty much read out the same way. This is Kim right here. You see this glyph for black. Okay. M N et weret, great. In, because it's the owl, is M. Ren, your name or name. Ek, in, what's his name?
Great black.
Kim Ware, greatness. Everywhere.
So this, now hold on, let me try to simplify this right here. So these, what you're doing right here, these are all different variations of the same text.
Yes, the text.
Okay, now and also the reason why they're putting these T's behind this Kemet Woret is because they're because Isis or Aset and Nepet is off in the text, so they have to feminize this right here. Is that why it's so? What I'm asking is,
absolutely.
if is a Set and Nepet in this sentence, and that's the reason why they're putting the T for the feminization of these Kemet Worets. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, and so let's go right above, right?
Now,
right
now I want everybody to know, I don't know much about this, but if I can get this, then most people should be able to follow along with what he's saying. They're feminizing this because of what the syntax says prior to this even coming along. They're talking about Nepet and a set, and when you use a female in any sentence structure, you have to feminize certain things with the T's. But if this was just talking about a Sar and Set, this would be Kim Ware, right?
Yep.
They would be talking about males.
But because of what you just said, what you just pointed out, as you see, Inek, Senet, Ek, Aset. You see this chair, you see this T. It's Aset. And after Aset, who do you see? Her sister, Nebet Het. You see the Neb bowl inside the rectangle. You see the T underneath making Nebet. And this is in the house structure of a Het. That's why her name is Nebet Het. And then after the name, what do you see? Stability. Uncle Jot Young, right? This is not Uncle Johnson, but this is similar. And then they go from this sentence to this one. And it's really the same sentence, pardon me. They go from this line to this line because it's the same sentence. So here's 274 up here. Here's 274 down here. Because we've got these two feminines here, Aset and Nebuchadnezzar, it's going to make Kemet
And Warret.
feminine, and it's going to make Weret feminine, and then you can go to back to normal because you made these two feminine, and they're feminine too. Okay.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, bro.
What do the two downward arrows mean and the single arrow at the second attestation?
The two downward arrows are like Senet, which is like a board game in ancient Kemet. But when they're talking in this case, is complementary, is different as to the sentence. So if we go back up, make it simple. We go to the English for y'all so y'all can see. Sepdot, your two sisters are set. So they're talking about the land, the Sepdot, the city, right? He of the great land, Sepdot. And if you see the arrows down, they usually mean the term Senet. Here they're talking about Sepdot, the city. And then it goes, your two sisters are Set and Nebuchadnezzar. And it doesn't even say two. It just says Set, Nebuchadnezzar, as you guys seen. Come to you. Heal you. Complete. Great. In your, it doesn't even say in you. Well, it does say in your. It does say in name, great black. And that's what we just looked at as when I broke down each particular glyph here. So let's go right here so you can see both. Enek, see they're coming to him. See the reed leaf with legs? They're going to him. Here's their names. Set, you see the throne. Nebuchadnezzar, you see the rectangle. Let's go down. Just keeping it simple for you. They're coming to him. Kemet, greatness. Weret, or I'm sorry, blackness. Weret, greatness. In this mouth and this water sign. Ren, your name. Here, Ek. Ni. What is that? Kem, where? Black and great. Make it even simpler. Kemet, right down here at the bottom by 67. Kemet, black. Weret, great. In, the mouth and the water symbol. Ren, name. Over here above the bird. Kem, black. The bird itself, where? Great. And what is this? This is the wall. This is the great black wall, though, not the great white one in this particular sense.
I've hit a wall here. I just want to thank you for allowing me into the circle, and I wanted to dismiss myself without, just falling off. So thank you, brothers. Hotep, I have another.
Imhotep, big brother flag. It's always a pleasure just to be in your presence.
I appreciate all the instruction. Absolutely. Hotep.
And there you have it.
Yeah, so that's.
Hey, Osar. I'm sorry, I was muted. Can you go back to your screen, Osar?
Oh, yep.
I was muted, bro. I've been talking to you the whole while. I was wondering why you weren't responding. Yeah, I kept calling your name. I thought you was just trying to finish, though. You know how I thought you was just trying to finish up. So I didn't want to keep calling. Let me see. Okay. So, wait, I got to make sure I can see the picture now. This is small on my phone. Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah. So, so when it reads him where, I want to know if the argument from Smash is that Cerebus is not called him where, that the 10th so-called 10th known that form a part of the 9th known Cerebus, here it is. I want to know if that place is that the argument is that Cerebus is not the Kim Ware mentioned right here.
Well, you almost answered your question, and I'm gonna let him answer most of it. I'm just gonna chime in on it. Hut Harry Ib
Okay.
would answer to the question because that's a locale probably in Kemet Weret, right? But when you talk about a Threbus, it's like the term Egypt. It didn't exist at that time. So they called it Kemet Weret, which means black grape or great black. If it's referring to the water, which they say it could be, it would be because at that time, and they say the Red Sea, right, in the notes, at that time, the Red Sea was called the Black Sea. In the time when I was in grade school, we still had discussions about the Red Sea being the Black Sea, and a lot of our teachers would call it the Black Sea. So the Red Sea, which it is now, used to be called the Black Sea. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the where it would be referring to. If it's not, then they would still be calling the water the Great Black. And because they're calling the water the Great Black, that's what you get. Now, concerning their discussion about which one is which or how they come up with it, he'd have to elaborate, or Ojah would have to elaborate on what their beef is with that. I have to
All
really
right.
sit down on that.
Yeah,
What is in that discussion.
that's the bet though. So I definitely want to ask Smash that whether he's saying the argument is because I also got another part of that. Um, dang, my headphone just went out, man.
You still
But
good? We can hear you.
yeah, I just got another you know, another part of the question where I wanted to ask Smash about. I think I'm not quoting Smash. I just think I heard somebody say that Kim Ware was referring to the whole Kemet at that time and not just a city after us. But I could be wrong, so that's why I'm asking the question.
Got you. Now I do want to do this real fast because I meant to do it on the show earlier. This there's a particular Kemet. Let me pull it up here. Just put black in black. There's a particular Kemet in this dictionary that plays out as land, and in the Water Butch, it plays out as people. We need to take a look at this particular thing. This is going to get interesting. Let me zoom in for y'all. So, let me move. Hold on, I got to move your screen over real quick. So, this particular black, you see this one right here? Let me zoom into it more. Watch what we do. This says Kemet locality, Blackland, Egypt, right? You've got the I-6, the X1, the 049, and another X1. This says locality, doesn't it? Everybody sees that? Blackland, Egypt, right? Watch.
Hold on, Saul. You still on the same screen? I
Which
think.
one?
Unless you still on the one where it's got what you've been reading, or have you switched to another screen? The one because see right now I'm looking at. Okay, I was looking at the one where Babylon Down was pointing out the arrows.
Got you. Let me hit where it would be screen, right? Screen and share.
Okay, bam. Yeah, now we see the TLA.
Tell me if you see this switch.
Yes.
Went to the dictionary? Okay, cool.
Yes.
So this Kemet right here, y'all see this one?
Mm-hmm. It's got two T's at the bottom.
Yes. They say that says locality for Blackland, Egypt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the TLA. we Where is it at?
I don't see one with the two T's. If you does it have to look
Man,
similar?
I'm gonna be honest. I ain't see nothing. It's too low for me. But
We'll go back to it. We'll go back to it. Where's okay? That's the fruit land. That's not the one. We're gonna pull this up in the TLA, but it went to people. Is it here? I believe. Let me see. 4 images. Nope, that's not the one. Hold on. We're gonna get it, and it took me to some people. Okay, there was that.
It says black irritable arable land.
Yeah, arable land, right?
Parentheses out. Everything's in parentheses.
Where is the? Hold on, I gotta find it. When we get to it, didn't give us arable land. Gave us some people. I said, well, damn, what's that? Was it here? It might have been up here. Let's see. 12 images. No. Might have to wait till I find it. If I send this on the goose chase. Was it Kimmy? 10 images. No, it shows when it goes in there though, it's that same image, but it puts the people next to it. For some reason, I can't remember where I put it though. Was it up here? Was it this Kimmy? No, because it's the same one, right? Yes, 10 images. No. Egypter. Was it this one? 50 images.
Well, hold on, so while you doing that, I wanna share something real quick so we can kind of trip off of this real quick. So hold on, let me share this.
Go ahead,
so peep that out. And let's run through this. You see that?
Yeah.
Now, this right here is the spelling of Napata, right?
Yeah.
And it says the image A, and we start reading from right to left on this. Am I tripping? You start with the N at the top, the P and the T, then the throw stick with the foreign land determinant. So that's saying in the 18th dynasty, the Amenhotep, it was the way they rendered it because Nubia was still outside of Kemet. But then when they go down to figure B, they changed it when Mut at Jebel Barkal in the 25th dynasty with Tahaka, and they put the Nuit symbol. So what my question is, if it was riparian land, how the hell did it change to a Nuit symbol based on them being included in the Egypt at a certain time and period? If it was riparian, wouldn't it be wouldn't this Nuit symbol always be even in the Napata always because it was in riparian land?
Well, not always, because you have the 9 bowls change, but you kind of.
Well, what I'm saying, hold on, let's be clear. They said that this newest symbol represents riparian, a riparian zone. But over here is represented in a desert zone to the left. Right. So how could it change from a desert zone to a riparian zone only because of who was in rulership? How did it change?
That's what I'm telling you. So it's because the 9 bowls change over the course of time. The 9 bowls are the enemies of Egypt. When you're not an enemy of Egypt, you're not part of that depet generally.
Okay, I got that part. But
let me finish.
How did it change from being dry to
you're not listening? Let me finish.
Go ahead.
So when you become family or Egypt is over you, then you all of a sudden get that town glyph, which you see right there. So when they were at war with the Nehesi, which Amenhotep the third would have put them at because of the traitor amongst the Nehesi, and he had other Nehesi go help him get him. They put that particular town out of
Yeah, they
Egypt.
classified it as foreign.
Yes. when they put it back into the fold, when they made up basically, then it becomes back with the Nuit symbol in 23. Now, the thing about this is, you said the 25th dynasty. You've heard me say the 25th dynasty because those are who? Nehesi in rulership, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when the Nehesi get back on the throne and he declares himself back on the throne, finally the originals are back on the throne of Kemet. The question was, and me, you were on here with us. I said, when he comes in power, because Sable Reggie asked, is it any time that Kemet is the whole land? So when that Nehesi brother, Shabaka, Taharka, whichever one was in power, some say Shabaka is not, he's a Libyan, but when the brother is in power, and there's a few of them, for 100 years, they say, is all of Egypt called Kemet at that time. And right here, you have the Nuit symbol when he's in power in a place of Napata, which is Nehesi locale.
Mm-hmm.
So this could mean that when the 25th dynasty came in power, all of Egypt may go under the term Kemet, other than the localities and cities, but still a hypothesis and it's being worked. But that's good.
Yeah. So what he notes in this, and shout out to Sadiq for bringing this up. What he notes is that when they go to Rome or when they do the Persians, they don't give them the Nuit symbol. They keep theirs at the Haset symbol. They never allow them to use this symbol. They keep them in a foreign position. But so that just goes to show. And you know, if you read this, and Babylon Done, if you want to read this, I put this link in the back chat so you can read it, or anybody who wants to read this for themselves.
I do. I want to comment too, Pan-African James.
Look at this right here. Okay.
Pan-African James, before you move forward, I want to comment on that other one though.
Okay.
All right, just before you move forward, brother. Hey, check it out, Pan-African James. Now, your question was that why would it change from the desert glyphs, right, that they call three mountains, the desert dunes, and then over to the Nuit symbol, which is you considering that a town, right? I mean, you know, what you consider.
There's based on the paper's analysis of it, one of them represents foreigners or people that's outside of their jurisdiction. And one of them only represents when they're inside of their jurisdiction, just like Asar was just saying. So what I'm saying is, if this was always some riparian area where it was close to a riverbank, as they're saying, how could this once upon a time been a dry desert land? Because this is what this other one means. It means dry in a desert land.
Yeah.
So how does it switch? Just on rulership. How does that happen? How does it change from one from dry to wet, just based on who's ruling and just based on them being inside of the family of Kemet at the time? Why does it change?
Let me try to answer it before it go too far and I forget. Because I asked you that the first time, you said no, and you gave me the other thing, and then you came right back to this. So your argument is, I know now you telling me what the paper said, which I understand now. The paper saying that the desert symbol means foreigners, and that the Nuit symbol means some type of city state, right? Then you saying that, but how can it be a desert and then the Nuit symbol be a riparian land, because that's what Wujaudim calling the Nuit symbol, a riparian land.
Mm-hmm.
So now, what I'm asking you, one question, just one answer right quick. What do you consider the Nuit symbol?
Well, it's some type of it's representing a locality of some sort, a city, a town, or something like that. But see, the argument is also that it's not just simply that. It has to be a city or town inside of Kemet for it to be recognized. They're saying if it's not inside of their territory, they recognize you as foreigners, and they will put this foreign determinative on you. But once you become inside of the family, you are allowed to use this Nuit symbol because you are inside of the the principalities of Kemet.
Okay, but now listen, Pan-African James. Now that's something with somebody teaching, right? That ain't something that we could show in Kemet that people it got to stand to those stipulations that you just gave.
Well, read
about
the paper. Look, don't argue with me,
No,
Babylon.
I'm not
This
arguing.
ain't
I'm
me
just
saying this.
saying.
Once you read the whole thing, then I think you would be able to, have. I think you should probably
but
do
can
that
we
first.
talk about it without me reading the whole thing?
Okay,
I
go
mean,
ahead.
we could just talk about the glyphs right there. So the only thing I want to say, Pan-African James, is this right here. Is that I feel like that I wrote in the chat when you first said it, without even seeing this. I said that that's a great research question. And then I said, but you have to establish chronology, right? So now I see from the paper that the 18th dynasty is when A was shown, attestation A Napata, and then the one with the Newit symbol, attestation B was shown in the what it was 20
Fifth.
What dynasty was?
The first one is in the 18th dynasty. The second was in the 25th dynasty.
Yeah, 25th around Cosmos. So would you say that that could be meaning that on the first attestation it was established as a outlier, and then by the time of the 25th dynasty it was established as a full city state with a business center, administration, all the workings of a city, farmlands, everything going. That's why it's got the Newit symbol.
Well, for me, from what I've read of the paper, I think that they were always had all of these things, but they just wasn't inside of Kemet because they was a foreign land to them. They were like an enemy state at that time in the 18th dynasty. But by the time they get to Tahaka, Tahaka has taken over the whole of Kemet, and they have established themselves as within inside of it. That's what the paper said. So, but also to be noted is when they did Rome and when they did Persia, they did not allow them to use that Newit symbol. They kept theirs as a foreign determinative, which is the 3 hills. They never allowed Rome to use that Newit symbol, and they never allowed the Persian Empire to use that Newit symbol. They kept them in that foreign determinative, even though they ruled. So that's the stuff that we have to trip off of. They allowed the Nubians to do it, but they wouldn't allow the Romans or the Persians to do it. When you read this paper, Babylon Done, when you read it, I want you to come back and I want to have this discussion with you. Like, what do you get when you read this? You haven't read it yet, but I know you're a smart brother. So when you read it, I hold you to some type of honorability, and I want you to come back and let us know what your assessment of what this paper said, right? Mm-hmm. Because they start off, they do all type of treatment on this, as Rujai would say, up in the beginning of it, to come up with their analysis. So this ain't just hold on, dang it.
Take your time.
Hold on, I'm trying to scroll up to the top of here because this is a research question. The whole thing is about a research question. Again, shout out to Sadiq for finding it. It says the meaning of the Newit hieroglyph. So he's going to break down all type of the good, the bad, and the ugly of this. And then we have to come to a conclusion once we read this. So everybody that's interested in this subject matter, I suggest that we all read this. We don't need Wu Jiao, no disrespect to anybody, but we don't need anybody at this point. We all need to read and come up to a conclusion of what this Newit symbol means, right? So we do this and we read it. It says the land of fertility right here. So and then you just go on down and you read all of this. Read it for yourself, and then we can come back and we can have a better conversation about from a chronological perspective, as well as knowing what the argument is from the scholars, because we have people that saying that the work hadn't been done. That's what nobody's done the work but them. But then we have whole journal articles of people, probably PhDs, that have done such treatments, as Abu Jal would say, on the subject matter. So we just need to go through this. See, they're talking about right here. They're talking about on Waset. They're talking about why all of these have these Newit symbols on here. And they're going through the good and bad and ugly of it. I think that we should all read this and then come back, and then maybe everybody would be better educated. See, this is them dealing with the Acadians in cuneiform. And they're saying that they did, and their town determinants was somewhat similar. But like I said, everybody needs to read it so that we can come to a consensus on this amongst us. I'm gonna mute out and let Saul or Babylon done.
Well, don't mute out Pan African James. So I mean, I'm definitely gonna read it. I'm gonna go in the back chat and copy it. I'm scared to do that now because I don't know if my phone gonna mess up. But most definitely, I'll definitely read the article and I'll definitely report back to you what I think. But what I don't
hold on, look, here go Rome. The name of Rome, Himrim. It says the hieroglyphic script is inscribed A in the temple of Opet Incarnate, reign of Augustus. So we know this is during the Roman period. Collated with the original photo of whatever that is, and then it says B on the surface, the whatever that is, obelisk in Rome reign of whatever that person is. Now see, they saying that they put, I don't know what they saying, but this is the same word is what they're saying. But they put a Nuet symbol at the end of here.
Well, the word right there is Nabit. That's the gold symbol right there. That top.
Yes,
thing.
I see that. Yeah, you're right.
And then the T under it is a tar loaf, and then that's the determinant. So that would be Nabit.
Indeed.
It
says all the aforementioned evidence leads to the following conclusion. Firstly, the Nuet hieroglyph can no longer be called a city classifier, as in fact, it can also encompass entities of other than strictly urban characters like temples, as well as large administrative entities like Upper and Lower Egypt, or even the whole of Egypt. The latter does not simply mean the Nuet hieroglyph was used to denote Egypt as a land or city for its symbolism.
Wait, go back just a little bit, Pan African James, and do it again, just a little bit. It's okay. I mean, if we got time.
It says all the aforementioned evidence leads to the following conclusion. First, the Nuet hieroglyph can no longer be called a city classifier, as in fact, it can also encompass entities of an other than strictly urban character, like temples, as well as large administrative entities like Upper and Lower Egypt, or even the whole of Egypt. The latter does not simply mean that the Nuet hieroglyph was used to denote Egypt as a land or city, for its symbolism was much more complex than that. The comparison with the uses of the Haset hieroglyph, is that how you say that, Haset? The Haset hieroglyph demonstrates that the Nuet sign is used in the order to emphasize that a given entity was a part of the Black land. Wow. So they're using black, huh?
Well, the Black land don't help some arguments because some people trying to tie it into skin and not land. But I'm listening.
It says which was the seat of civilization, order, safety, and fertility, while the other one denotes being part of uncivilized, chaotic, unsafe, and infertile world. He said the Nuet hieroglyph indicates, therefore, a part of a habitable place belonging to Ma'at, while the Haset sign is a symbol of uninhabitable place connected with Isfet, right? It says the idea of order can be to some extent emphasized by the very form of the Nuet hieroglyph, using the performed figure, using the perfect figure of a circle to enclose 4 triangles, possibly connected with the idea of nourishment within it. It says, secondly, the differentiation between the entity determined by the Nuet and the Haset hieroglyph demonstrates that the Haset, excuse me, the Haset hieroglyph. You say, what are you saying?
Haset with a K. Ka.
You saying, like, so you saying that H ain't K, you saying it's Haset.
No, look under the H.
Look under the H.
I see under there, but I'm trying to figure out how am I supposed to pronounce it.
Ka, like cassette.
Okay, so you saying cassette?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Cassette hieroglyphs demonstrate that the Egyptian viewpoint on the nature of the various kinds of settlements was completely different from ours. Many Egyptologists, as well as scholars representing our disciplines of ancient history and archaeology, dedicate much effort in establishing a proper definition of ancient Egyptians city. And I'm trying to skip through these abbreviations. So as a result, we possess hundreds of various definitions differing in some more or less important detail, none of which is generally accepted as exactly the undoubtedly accurate. The main problem with these definitions is that they are all based on Egyptian,
on a European.
Yeah, on a that's real wild right there. You know what I'm saying? A European abbreviation or more, generally a Western point of view. So, like I said, I don't want to do readership, but read this, everybody.
It's yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Read it so we can, and that's almost the end of it. So that's like almost a conclusive part of it. But yeah, I want everybody to read this because I think it'll give us a better understanding outside of what Wujao or anybody say. I think it's best to learn stuff for ourselves, and then we can listen to other people.
I mean, now, but Pan-African James, now I will say this. Whenever I read something, right, and this is just a little bit of disclaimer for anybody in the chat that might read it, you have to understand that this is a paper. Mm-hmm. It's probably peer reviewed. It's probably been well established by a good author and everything like that. But as you read it, Pan-African James, I heard a lot of, conceptual leaps and logical leaps that they were making and things that they were trying. But that's their right. They're trying to paint a picture for us to see. So it ain't for us to say like, hey, this is what it is.
Yeah, no, definitely not. That's why I said we need to read it.
This is just something for us to read and see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I was. That's all it was suggested for us to read, so we can have a better understanding of what the argument is and what the scholars say outside of Asar and us.
Let's look at one of them.
I definitely listen to more than that, but okay.
We talked about the Nuit symbol, and they talked about it meaning more than a city. They're saying it can mean as much as Upper Egypt. So we need the
whole thing. Upper, lower, and the whole thing it read.
Right. So we need to see where at what point in time that determiner establishes that, because like if we say Kemet and we say it means the Black Land, when we only have attestations of it being a region, but then we read what he saw in the 25th dynasty, which has been my hypothesis. The 25th dynasty could be when it was all of Kemet, but we don't know. We need to see what he has attestation-wise as far as showing that the wit symbol being that dominant. Go ahead, Shaz.
Well, hey, Shamsu, you got the full Shamsu. Shesmu. Your mic ain't working.
No.
Yeah. Okay, we hear you. Oh man, yeah, your mic is out of
it. So yeah, we probably need to look, and we've been looking at those, right? So other than showing the three Nuit symbols together when it says Kemet, showing it's a region, and then we also have three symbols for the Shret showing that that's a region. Wow. The question is, where's that region at? Does it extend to all of Kemet? Is it all of Upper Kemet? We need to see it.
Yeah, well, I just want to say this on some kind. I don't think that the Nuit symbol, right? First of all, it's a word for a town, Dimit, right? Dimit, just like Nuit is Dimit. for town. That's the actual word for town. But now we're not looking at a word, we're looking at a
Get it out.
Yeah, coming in and out, Shazmu.
Yeah, you got to mute the Shed Move if you're not talking to us.
So it's a demit. The word demit should not be confused with which demit means town, right? Straight up, according to them. Then now it shouldn't be confused with the word nawit, nor should it be confused with the determiner nawit. So we know that that nawit doesn't mean town because we got a word for town, demit. So now, according to what I done read, the nawit symbol would symbolize basically a business administrative center, like a Department of Interior, like a place where all the business go on in our city, where the taxes collected, where the money going, all those things. It's an established site. It's an established, if you want to use an anachronistic word, established city state.
So it's a city, like we said. So if we're talking Nwit being a town site or city region, which it is, and it can encompass like a county as opposed to just one city, as we've seen it used. I want to see where it's used as the whole country with a particular place name.
I'm saying that don't exist. But let me say this though, that the county is bigger than a city. That's why I said a city state. Because you got like tail, cone, then citadel, then you have a citadel, which is like a city state is larger than a city, is larger than a county, and is larger than a town.
Region. So we've already covered region. That's why it says town, site, city, region. So when you talk about the region or the locale, or if you talk about
well, I don't want to call it a region because that don't give it borders.
Yeah,
Let's
you
call
can't
it
call it a region, but they call it a region. So when you talk about, you need to, the definition shows it as a region through Gardner. So 049 has been town site, it's been city, it's been region. And when you talk about a county, you're talking about a region because it includes more than one city. So when we've got that in there, and they say it's the Egyptian word for city as well as a depet, we need to see it used as the entire country, and we need to see it with Kemet, and that's what we've been looking for predominantly. So far, we haven't seen that.
So I'm caught, but I heard you talk about your argument with the homonyms. That was one of my arguments too with homonyms. Now, but I want to say this: that when you say they say it means a region, the word region really have to be put into context, though. You see what I'm saying? Like when they use region, when you say it means region, we have to know what context you mean when you mean region. Because at the same time they saying region, they saying that it actually means this. Like for instance, we could say Kim. Now, a word cannot be defined in isolation. If we just say Kim, then the custom community say, well, Kim means black. No, it doesn't. Kim could mean complete, right? It could mean that. We have to put it in its proper context before we actually say what it is.
Right, but we can't say no, it doesn't, because it does. It's just that it may not be
that's right. We can't say no, it doesn't,
right?
Because it does. But we have to say it doesn't just equal that either. Exactly. It doesn't just mean that either. So that's what's important, though. That because check it out, Osam Khan. This you might like this. I was looking up and I said that one of the words that I hadn't heard people say that Kemet was from, like the word night is gara, and then the word for dark is kek, a keku, a ke, like in kek and keket. So I was saying nobody never really says that the root is from there.
Yeah, because Kim's root is probably it's that. Yeah, so Kim will be black, and Kekuet, I'm familiar with what you're talking about. But concerning the Nwit symbol, how we know it means like a region or a locale is because we've seen it.
That.
Yeah. we seen it used with 3 Newit symbols. So we know it's including more than one city. We know that it'll say Kemet and it's got 3 symbols. Then it says Desheret and it's got 3 symbols. So we know that it's talking about more than one city.
Let me say this, because when it says Kemet with more than one symbol, it's talking about the black land, right? And the 3 symbols mean a plurality, not 3 individual towns, but multiple towns there are knowns. And then when it says Desheret with the 3 symbols, it's still saying plurality, not 3 individual towns. It's not counting those towns. It's telling you that it's plural towns in the red land.
Exactly. And so that's why I say we've seen it used as a region and we've seen it used as a city. We haven't seen it used as the whole of Kemet. And if we have, when I mentioned it before, I'm betting it's in the 25th dynasty. And then James brings out this article, and the first place they point to is the 25th dynasty.
Yo, so it gets even better when I read this next paragraph. I came back because the shit get even better. Excuse me. When I was reading as y'all was talking, I went back to this, man. We need to finish this on off. I think this is the last paragraph.
Let's see.
Man, this is crazy. So it says generally a Western, remember that's where we was at, point of view, with various kinds of settlements and strict criteria to divide them into urban and non-urban settlements. And it has Wilson's 1960, so that's the reference page on 120. Okay, I'm not going to go through the parentheses. This way of seeing things was, however, totally unknown to the ancient Egyptians, who divided settlements into quite a different manner. What was important for them was being part of the black or red land. But apparently, there was no structural differentiation between particular settlements within either of these 2 categories. From the Egyptian point of view, a village was exactly the same type of structure as a city, perhaps only differing in size. At the same time, cities and other types of settlements belonging to different categories did not share common features. In other words, for the ancient Egyptians, there was no such thing as a city in general. For us, Rome might be the ancient city of par excellence, but the ancient Egyptians did not consider it to be a city at all. For them, it was still a part of the red land, but political, so they gave them so they saying Alexandria, they didn't give them a new symbol. They gave them that Healy thing because they didn't consider them.
Well, even Jonathan Winterman told us that Alexandria was called Para Alexandria, which means parentheses, power, right? Parentheses on the outskirts of Kemet or Egypt.
Yeah, but hold on, let's stay focused. We talking about what determinative they gave them. Did they give them the Nuet or did they give them the cassette? Did they give them the cassettes?
I agree with that part because they can't, because it's not a part of Egypt. Period. Proper.
Okay,
period.
But hold on. But let me ask you this: is Alexandria a city?
Yeah. According to them, they saying that they calling it a city, and they saying that Egypt never would have called it a city. But that's what I'm saying. That's kind of semantic.
Yeah, no, I'm talking to you though. I ain't talking about. Well, I'm asking you right now. Is it a city?
I got you. So it's kind of syntactic for me to try to answer that because they already establishing that, hey, this is what we defining as a city, and it's not what Kemet said. But I could say, like I said, anachronistically, I'm defining Kemet as a city-state, anachronistically. Now they say, no, it's not one. The Greeks, the Romans was the first one to establish a Roman proper city. You know what they just said. So how can I argue that? I just agree.
Okay, let me just finish this off and then we can continue. It says part of the red land. So they designated them as part of the red land. Political importance of administrative, social, and agricultural structures. All of these things are unimportant for the Egyptians because they perceived the world in a totally different way. The term Nuet was therefore employed exclusively for Egyptian settlements. No foreign city would be referred to using this term. It is noteworthy in this respect that even the city of Alexandria was denied the name of Anuet, an Egyptian source at they got where they're getting this from when these parentheses, so y'all can go look this up. It says Egyptian sources at it was called the residence of the kingdom of the islands, which is at the shore of the Great Green. So, okay, let me skip through all of this. It says, or the fort of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt. It says, son of Ra, and that's Alexandria. And it says, this fact must likely emphasizes the net contrast between native Egyptian settlements and the Greek types. Foundations of the Ptolemaic capital, which is reflected also in the Greek name of the city. So basically, from what I'm getting from them, if you wasn't with them, you got the foreign determinative. Yeah,
you missed the part. Go back because it said Alexandria near Egypt, not in Egypt.
Where you see that?
That's right.
Right.
Oh yeah, damn! I didn't read the parentheses. My bad. Alexandria near Egypt, not in Egypt.
And that's kind of a pun because the word near right there in Greek would be para, which means parentheses, and it's in parentheses, near.
So what you take out of that last part that I read, because that's the end of the article. So
so like I said, if you wasn't part of the clique, because Alexandria is technically a part of Cairo. And so at that time, Cairo was Egypt, Alexandria was not looked at as Egypt. You just was near it. Now they still give all the respect and the powers to His Excellency Alexander, but guess what? You're not a part of.
Yeah, and so that's another thing on some card. Please let me say this to you. So that's why they didn't include their names in the Shinu. A lot of their names never got entered into a Shinu.
True.
And they're not listed on the King's list.
Like the Hikakasuk Kings, all their names are scratched out.
Yeah, they didn't play that. So same thing.
So based on what I read, what we getting out of that? Does anybody get anything of value out of what was going on? It seems to me like
definitely.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with repairing. It got something to do with being associated with the country.
Commodore.
Yeah. See, one thing I want to say, Pan-African James, is that like Osam Khan just mentioned, the Hekakasa, the rulers of foreigners, right? The rulers of foreigners. I'm careful with my words because people say foreign rulers. No, I'm saying the rulers of the foreigners that were allowed to be vassal kings in Kemet, right? Those were different Nuit symbols. You see what I'm saying? Those were, because the gnomes, if you look at the gnomes make up the Nuit symbols. They just like the Sapat. They just like the same thing. So these are established business centers with cultivation land, but I don't want to just say like cultivation and just farming, because they were fishing, because they were making baskets and pottery, because they were making weapons and military grade stuff, and they were making art and doing hieroglyphs and doing all type of stuff and weaving clothes and growing cotton and all type of stuff. So it's a big production. It's a whole, they run in the whole thing. They trade and sell with other places with their goods. That's how they make money. And they establish the city, the nome. And the person over the nome is called a nomarch.
Governor, Vizier, yeah. They call him the ear pop generally in the Medu Neter, which is like a prince of that locale or whatever the case. So
yeah, earpot. I was listening to the other show the other night. I don't want to call the name because I don't want Smash to come over here and cuss me out. But I was listening to that show and they talked about the pot people and how the pot people were the well-to-do. And you just said Irpot, which I know Ir means great or ruler, and then you got the pot. So yeah, that makes sense.
And so right now we need to find, we really need to study the 25th dynasty and see if at any point in time did he have it where the whole land was called Kemet.
Let me ask you something though. Remember the pharaohs? They would do big time construction projects, kind of like the Aswan Dam or the one they got going in Ethiopia, the Gerd, whatever it's called, and then the other one they got in Sudan, and the one they got going in Israel. Like all the dams they building that's making the Tigris and Euphrates dry up. Then first time, you heard it here first. That's making the Tigris and Euphrates dry up because they building all the dams on the Nile, and the Nile supplied the water underground to the Tigris and Euphrates River. And this was already written that this would happen, and unfortunately, it's happening because the Tigris and Euphrates is drying up. But they did big time construction projects on Samka. So they dug canals. They dug the Wadi Natron. They made that. They made different places, brought water there, and made cities off the Nile.
Well, hold on. Watch this while Babylon done. It's crazy you bringing this up because I might need to share another paper with you that just came out this week.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you know? Hold on. They done found another river that ran adjacent to the Nile that they're saying that they were using that river as well. They just found it.
I heard about it on the with the little new GPS thing they got.
Yeah, so they just published the paper this week showing. Matter of fact, I'm gonna send it. I'm putting it in the back chat for you. But yeah, they saying that they used that river, and that was how they was able to build the pyramid fields, because it's a river that's to the west of the Nile that ran adjacent to it, that ran all the way up, and they were using that river system to bring those bricks and all. I mean those the thing that all of the stuff that they use for the what?
Yeah, they were saying that it was once a natural courseway, and then the Nile changed naturally over. But I agree with you, Pan African James.
Okay, I'm gonna send this to you. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah. I'm listening to something, Carl. I think you're going to talk.
I'm giving you all the floor. I see due diligence is in the building. What's up, big babe?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace.
So I just kind of wanted to back up Babylon. Also, yeah, the reason why they saying that is because y'all gotta excuse me. I'm driving, so if I hear that binging, I need to put my damn seatbelt on. But anyway, the reason why they trying to say that Egypt don't have no concept of a city is because they want to give it to Plato. Because Plato got that word, the Republic.
Yeah.
And that's where he describes like the city state and stuff like that. But we know Egypt had their concepts of cities, and they might not call it cities or state like the Greeks did. But like Babylon was saying, it still acted at the same thing. You had people paying taxes, you had governors, you had law, you had everything that anybody else would have in the city. And just because they didn't call it city, don't mean it didn't act as such. But they want to give the credit for modern day government to the Greeks, whenever we know Egypt had government, cities, boundaries, taxes, everything that you need to have a city. So yeah, I just wanted to jump in on that part.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Well said, bro.
Man, why I can't share this link with you? This is crazy.
Greeks would tell you that the Egyptians taught
It's
them.
Yahweh, James. You know what I'm saying? Somebody might be praying to something. So
he said Yahweh. No, man, that's crazy. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. I'm just tripping. Hold on. I don't know why I can't find this.
But because of that, you got remember, everything in Africa is considered prehistory.
Mm-hmm.
They don't include you until they get control of you.
Facts.
So until and we need to come up with a word to call prehistory. And we need to start building the prehistory information.
That's
which we've
called
been
nomenclature. You already doing it. You just got to say what the word gonna be.
Yo, Babylon Don, I just put it in the back chat for you. That paper that they just released this week. Anybody can grab it. Y'all can read it if y'all want. But I think that'd be good. Read that too, Asar. I think you're gonna enjoy that, so we can at least be up, because that's look like that's where they getting ready to go with this next. You know, they always coming up with something every couple of years to say they know how they built the pyramids. So this is their latest hypothesis. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying this is true, but this is what they had. This is what they had as of this week.
What up, Vernon Williams? What up, Black Line Supreme? As y'all hit the chat, we're gonna shout y'all out.
Yeah.
Am I messing up?
I
thought Black Line Supreme was trying to get in. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss nobody. Go ahead, I'm gonna mute out.
Go ahead, Babylon. I'm finishing my pizza.
Okay, hey, Pan-African James, I wanted to know if you ever looked up the word. Now, this important. Have you ever looked up the word hematite?
No.
You know what hematite is, a mineral, right? All right. So
you're educating me now. Go ahead, keep going.
Okay, so remember that H, what we saw, and we said, hey, that H is a K in Kasut.
Mm-hmm.
So just think about the H in hematite, and then just say, hey, that H could be a K, so that H could be sound, make the sound hemat. Right? Now, hematite is gonna be black, right? So I was wondering if you could pull it up in the chat, like pull up a good write-up on hematite. Because one thing I want to show about hematite, it is the color, because Wujao had a little argument yesterday about the colors of the people and how the people of Egypt, 90%, he gave some pseudo number. Shout out to Wujao. I do math though, Wujao. I don't do the statistics though. I be, you know what I'm saying? I know what that is. So he said about 90% of the pictures, just guessing, are red or Deseret, right? Now, one thing I want to say is that they never tell you that the word Atum means red. Just like the word Adam in Sumer or Adam in Hebrew, the word for the sun god Atum is the red sun. That's the red one. And it also means bloody. So just like Deseret. So now, what I was gonna say, so the reason why I brought that up is because you got the red and the black land. So I told you that hematite was black. I told you that they use it in the painting in Egypt. So from this one black stone, they get red and black. But guess what other color they get, Pan-African James?
Yeah, I'm on mute. Okay, what's that?
It's called brown. It's a very special color of brown that they get from the hematite stone.
Right.
From the chematite stone. Right? So, and they use it in the painting. So Wujao was saying that the man in the attestation, it was in Ramses 3, one of them, and then one of them was, then he showed Mahepri, but we're talking about Ramses 3. And in Ramses 3, my Herpri. In Ramses 3, he said, in Ramses 3 temple, he said that the dude was the same color as the cows, right? As the brown cow.
Yeah, I seen that.
Right? But now actually the dude was darker than the red cow.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, and then they said, like, then he said, like, Deseret means red. But I heard him say out his own mouth that to him, when he think of Deseret, he say reddish brown. Now, I know why they say reddish, but I'm just gonna be honest with you now. The ish part to mean to be like.
Mm-hmm.
So then it means to be like red. So then you might as well say brown, because that's what it's being like.
Yo, but this is, you know what's crazy? It seemed like them coming around has brought people back to the right side. You know, first people was tripping, but even Chief X, Chief X was like, hold up, bam, let me pop this on the screen real quick. He put up all Wujao's old art and had his ass stumbling and bumbling over there about why he rendered them black. That was classic. I said, damn, even Chief X on their head.
Stop that up with James. I gotta go back over there. Listen.
You going to work?
Huh?
I thought you said you finna go back to work.
No, I said I gotta go back over there.
Yeah. Oh, okay, my bad. No, you really don't. You really need to stay from over there.
Stop.
Like, I'm serious. If they gonna be over that line, it ain't no need for you to go back over there. If they can't keep it 100 and be truthful about what's going on, there's no need for anybody to even go back. Because I really had high hopes when Jaw came back. I thought he was gonna come back with a whole new steel.
Wait, you said something important though, Pan African James. Now I'm gonna tell you, I gotta explain why I go over there, because you put me on the hot seat when you said that, because you made me look stupid. So let me tell the people why I go over there. I go over there, man, because it's like, man, this dude is one of the best. This dude know all them glyphs, man. That dude know all the metal nature. He be in the temple, not even in the fucking temple, talking about walls, left and right, north wall, south wall, all that shit. Now, I'm telling you now, that shit is very impressive.
It is. Now, hold up. I got something to say. This is no slight to my brother Saw and Ka, right?
Okay.
But check this out. Check this out. Do you know, and me and Sadiq was chopping it up about this, everybody that's calling us Egyptomaniacs and blackologists, all of them have Egyptian names. Wujau, Asar and Ka. All of them, not Asar and Ka, but Asar and
Not me, because I'll be like,
not you. Now you on point. But Asar and Hotel, they have rendered us and said that we're the ones that went crazy.
Yeah.
They named themselves actually Egyptian names. Now, everybody that's on this side, besides Asar and Ka, we basically all got our regular real names. Like my name
Rockwell.
is James. Brother Reggie's name is Brother Reggie. Smash name is Jonathan. We ain't took none. We ain't went that far. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying this shit is just crazy because they try to paint us like we the ones that went too far. But
yeah.
They named themselves this. They named themselves after the Egyptians. They saying we Egyptomaniacs, but they didn't name themselves that. And I ain't saying nothing wrong with that. But if you're gonna identify it as black, but if you're trying to say that these people ain't black, then why did you do that?
Exactly. That's right.
And why be so mad about it?
Now I know Asar on point. He named himself that because he identified these people as Africans. So he ain't got no problem.
Yeah.
Well, the God black. But
Osar, tell him, Osar is an initiate though. So Osar take the name, with a different type of status than they do.
I'm straight wild. I've been like that. So and I do the astronomy that I claim, right? And been doing it. So when I say it, it is what it is. It's the real thing. What they doing, and the God over here is black. I was telling my man Jehudi Ma'at that. I'm like, the God over here black, brother. We good. We straight. We Asar the
God is black.
Black. The women is the black. Our set is the black. We black.
That's right.
So, and I'm not even on no blackology stuff right there.
That's just what the text say.
Yeah, it's what it is. And the Greeks was okay with stepping to black. They put the vitamin on the skin so they could see Asar again. So you know what it is. The Romans did it too.
They don't like that.
Yeah.
Man, they just found a big
two things. That one, in ancient times, black was revered. It was divine. It was revered by all. And you don't have to, and here's the other thing. You don't have to be an Egyptomaniac to subscribe to the ethics or to the religion, as you see the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Asiatics, the Nahesi, everybody who came in contact with Kemet was trying to be down with Kemet. It was no different than you worshiping Christianity or Islam now.
But it was a famous title too. That's an important point, Osam Khan. Now, I'm not just saying that it's the title, but I do disagree with all of the scholars when they call the black a nickname. First of all, no, You don't put a definite article in front of people's nickname. Second, all of the pharaohs who had those names, and some of those people are pharaohs who had named Black, like Peppity Black, Teddy the Black, Kakim, all that. Then those people right there, Kim said, those people right there, those are called nomens, right? Just like the word nome, where they rule and nomarch, the name, the word nomen is name, like they say nim, like toponym means name. Well, nome means name. Nomer, misnomer means name. So then that's where they get it from. I'll stop right there.
You right. You right. Keep the bill going. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay, so Pan African James. So you don't have the means to look up Hamathite or Kemetite? Because I want you to see this special brown. They even mention it, but if you don't want to, we could just tell people they can look it up. That it's a special brown within there, and it's actually called special brown that they use. And I'll just keep talking. Another word we should look up is toponym, Pan African James. Golly, man. Because I heard Osam Carr say about the ethnotoponym, but I'm saying you don't even have to go that far. I looked up the word toponym, and it straight up says that a toponym can be named after a person. All the while I have been telling them that a toponym, right, is a place name, but it's not a place like in a place only. No, it's like when you say zero is a place of value. It's not a place, nowhere you could touch. It's a place of value. So then when they say it's a place name, they talking about number or nomer or name, a place name. So now it's a place name. It can be placed on anything. Not that it's a location. Location is just one of them, but direction is another. You see what I'm saying? Because you have position and direction. Everything you talk about gonna have position and direction. So in order to establish a place or to even call somebody something or anything, you need a position where it's at and a direction. That's why you have GPS, global positioning system, and they take into account two other dimensions, like time and up, the third dimension up. But nevertheless, when we're talking about a toponym can be, a toponym is a noun. So a toponym covers people, places, and things. So that's why you have something called an eponym. An eponym is named after a person. And that's why you got something called eponymous ancestors. Eponymous its root is eponym or eponymy. So you got the eponymous ancestors. Like we said, Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And Ham had 4 sons, Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, and Canaan. So we can hear the names of Egypt in there. Shem, Tawi. Ham, Kemet. Mitzrayim, Mitzri, the name of Egypt today in Arabic and in Hebrew. Like that. So Cush, that's Cush in Babylon and Cush in southern Egypt, right? We talking about both of them. That's both of them Cush because they crossed the Red Sea. So you can have an eponymous ancestor. So basically, I'm gonna go ahead because I think Sesame want to talk. That I'm trying to say that the person, place, or thing covers the people in Kemet. So when you say the toponym word Kemet, you are referring to people, places, and things. That's why it's important that we state that the Nuit symbol not only cover farming, but it also covers people and business administration. Because ain't no farming going on without no business administration. And then you see what I'm saying? So, and then it covers the things, the goods, not only the people with the services, but it covers the goods. like the things that they produce, the pottery, the gold, whatever they do. That's why when you look at the known from the butt, Nubia, it's a gold symbol. They got gold there. When you look up the symbol for Tawi, you see the 2 minerals or 3 minerals under it, according to the attestation you're looking at. That tell you that they got minerals in that land. So when he talking about a geonym and an eponym, all of those are in Kemet. Every nym he named is in Kemet. It's on you, Chesmo.
Nope, accident. I was unplugging my headphone.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm back. So let me I don't know, like I said, man, this is a research question that I think we definitely we're on the right side of this as far as it's definitely not just something that has to do with wetlands, because they have stuff for that. And that taxonomy, they have a bank situation, a 2 bank situation that they could have used to put back there. So we just, I mean, I don't understand why certain people are doing what they're doing, but it's not really adding up when you start to look at simple things like this. Let's look at the whole known map, for instance, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now if the guy said that Alexandria didn't have a Nuet symbol, but right here they must have superimposed one for whatever reason. Right, because we see Alexandria with a Nuet symbol right here. But let's look at the Mediterranean, right? So it has water ripples. So this ain't no damn. See what I'm saying? They know these people are smart enough to put these Nuet symbols where they want them to be. Is what I'm looking at. So all of these, everything that's offering here, these little knowns, all of these got pretty much Nuet symbols, all up encompassing this. See, Nuet, all of it close to this river. Now, the Fayum, we know that that's a canal of water. See that? They got the water ripples in the canal. We know what the Fayum is. So this is a city. See what I'm saying? Or whatever. This is something that's inside of Egypt. But let's just trip on this. Okay, here's the Happy River. It has water ripples in the canal. If y'all looking at my mouse, let me zoom. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Hold on.
Yeah.
See that? See, that's the water ripples in a canal. So they know how to do this stuff. You see what I'm saying? Even the pyramid fields, they put pyramids back behind it for the classifier. Great Sphinx, they put a sun rising or whatever for it. Out here in this oasis, they use foreign land determinants and a canal determinant. So these people, I don't think, and we're just going all the way down to now here. A lot of Nuet symbols,
I think
we don't see foreign lands unless you go out into the desert areas of this, right? Let me just go down this real quick. Nuet, foreign land, desert area. See, they're using these foreign land determinants outside of Kemet or whatever. And that's in the desert. Should be still Kemet, right? Shouldn't these shouldn't these oases still be within inside of Kemet? Am I tripping?
Well, let's not say Kemet. You say in the red land, the ones in the western.
Yeah. But see, I'm talking about. We see where it say the Western Desert, and then you see this right here, oasis. I don't know how to pronounce that, but you see this determinant that they got. It's the foreign land determinant.
Wait, which one are you talking about? Just tell me what is near, and just spell it. I'll pronounce it.
Okay, it's DA. Okay, one of them is KHARGA. It's all the way to the left, and it's right up under Western Desert. You see that? And it's got the soup plant and the T. Then it's got the foreign land determined. You don't see my mouse right here?
Yeah.
Right over that, they got the DAKHLA oasis.
Yeah,
right?
I see that one. Dakla.
So okay, now go right up above that one to the right there.
Harga.
So they out in the desert right here, right? But anything close to this area right here, they saying this is the desert. Now, okay, let's get to the Valley of the Kings. They don't have no Nuet symbols behind the Valley of the Kings, the Valley of the Queens. They got determinants for what this is.
Wait, go back one time. Let me see something. And why you act like you can't read that? You know you can read what you were just showing. I'm talking about that bottom part you just had up. The bottom part you were showing.
Which one? This one?
Well, cargo. Okay, yeah, that's it. Dahlin cargo. Now, what's the real name of Dakhla Oasis? I can't see that. What's those letters?
I'm not really familiar with the glyphs, like
What letters is that though? D.
Hold on. Brother Reggie's on the set. Hold on, beautiful. You're my brother. So it says D with the line up under it, Babylon, then an S, and then a D, another D with a line up under it, STT. Now I know what the two T's is, and I know about the D's, but I don't I guess those are papyrus roll, or those are S's. So that's I don't know if I'm pronouncing that's tech.
Yeah.
That's how you would pronounce that, but they're calling it the collar Oasis.
So then there you go. Now you know how to pronounce everything on that Pan Africa John. You did it. There it is. Excellent.
Okay, now but hold on. Let's go back. Okay, so we see happy again right here. Where if you see my mouse again, but if you here go new wet.
Wait, while you at happy,
new wet, but you were talking about for the gold, but they don't have no new wet. No, okay, go ahead.
Slow down. I just want to ask you something. What are they saying that happy mean?
I don't know. Brother Reggie's Brother Asad Khan can answer that.
Okay, because I see Nile River right up under it, but I'm just saying because I see happy the black and happy the red, right? And then happy is a bull, though, right? So is happy a bull or is happy still? I just want to know that, Brother Reggie. And you could go ahead, Pan African.
Well, let me finish this out. So we going went all the way down we went from the Delta all the way down here. Only time that we seen foreign determinatives is out here in the oases, right? So far, right? So we going on down. We don't see it. Now they did put a irrigated for Tashamawi for Upper Egypt, but they didn't do it. Dang it. They didn't do it for Lower Egypt. They put a Nuet symbol.
Wait, you going too fast? You going too fast for even me? What you just
okay?
showed?
Well, let me get right here. So, bam! Here go the first category, right?
Elephantine. That's right.
Now watch this. As soon as we get up under here, we start to see foreign land determined. See that on the Nile. But before that, we didn't see no foreign land determinants on the Nile. You see that?
Okay, wait now. Okay, let me show you something.
Man,
go back.
Hold on. Let me get right here. Let me finish this out. So as soon as we get to, we start to see it on the Nile with foreign land determinants. You see that?
Yeah,
see
but
that?
let me
right
tell you
here,
something.
Apple symbol. Look, right on the Nile. Look, we're going down here, right on the Nile. We seeing foreign, but we didn't see no foreign land determinants up past this first. Damn, I don't know why is it doing me like this. Past this first cataract, we did not see this on this Nile. Did we or did we not?
Okay. Okay.
Am I tripping?
No, they got something once you got the Nehesi link. Sure.
Yeah, okay, so bang. So now we saying that and once we get past that, we see the new symbols there too as well. Yeah, but we starting to see these foreign land determinatives all down off in here. It wasn't on there before. See, we see because this is not a part of their land at that time. See, Kush has got a foreign land determinant, but for some reason the Nubian desert does have a new symbol, so we got to trip off that too. We got to trip off this city right here, Buhin. We got to trip off that. Why is but right here above this?
Can I comment while you right there?
Okay. What were you talking about
right there at that point? Right there, Elephantine. Right there.
Damn. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna stay right here.
Okay. You see that right there? Can you scoot it over? Well, maybe I need to make my screen smaller, but nevertheless, I see it now. So check it. So right there. Now you see where the arrow point to Philae? That's Elephantine Island.
Indeed.
That's one of the
not Elephantine Island.
It's where back.
We see the name of it next to it.
I've been there.
It's Philae.
I've been there.
Babylon, listen, Babylon. It is Philae.
I've been there.
I see it. You see Elephantine right there, written right there.
I have been there.
Right there? Okay, listen, Babylon. Please don't do it now.
No, wait.
Look, Babylon. If you look right there,
it says been there.
It says Aswan/Elephantine.
I know.
Okay, but listen, Babylon. Philae is right here.
Yes.
See that? Aswan and Elephantine is the same thing. It's just a slash. Okay.
Yes, I know that. Yeah.
Hey, good brothers. Can we let our elder speak a minute?
Let Brother Reggie.
And also, I just want to add real quick before we speak. I was shocked, James, when you showed that and it had Abu Simbel, because there's so much history at Abu Simbel that it would be considered. But then I would want to know what time period that map is kind of looking at, that because it's so much history at Abu Simbel. But then I got thinking, I'm like, you know what, Combe Ombo would have been more significant. But
Thank you, Chef Moore, for saying the exact same thing I was gonna say. Appreciate that.
I would say this, right? Well, Elephantine Yebo is the name, right? Yebo is the name. Yebo is in the vicinity of where you might say Aswan. But why don't you pull up a map, not with the hieroglyphics, a map of the area, and you will see Yebo, right? Which is in the Aswan vicinity, which is in Nubia. But I think Saul Ka and others would say that, well, the first nome of Upper Egypt is Ta Seti, right?
Yep.
Now, this is maybe a difference in time period. So this map is useful, but it's not necessarily accurate to all periods.
Okay.
Right? So it wouldn't do it like this. I don't know, the point that you are is you're looking at determinatives as to say what, the foreign land. That's the problem. It depends on the time period.
Indeed.
Right? The old kingdom, listen, the materials for the pyramids, or so-called pyramids, come from Saqqara. They come from Aswan. They take those blocks all the way down from Aswan, and they use those blocks, right? They go all the way down and they pick those blocks. I think that, again, I think we were doing this before. I think that for every vicinity that you want to talk about, you just need to pull up the resources on that particular area and get the history. Please don't do it like this, based on a map, and try to make try to and try to do it just from this map. I don't think that that's the best way in which to do it. That's kind of like,
I'm not sure like how long you've been listening, but we pulled up a journal paper that kind of was saying the same thing, that everything that was inside of encompassed at a particular period, it would show a Nuet symbol. Okay, so but when we get to the 25th dynasty, these symbols that are foreign lands supposedly changed to Nuet symbols. That's what the journal.
right. So that's why. Okay.
So basically it's saying exactly what you just said. Based
right.
on time periods, these symbols change.
Right.
That's why I mentioned the 9 bowls before, because the 9 bowls will change, and you even have Kemet as a part of the 9 bowls at a time. So depending on the time frame, depends on who the enemy was at that time. So it could come back into the fold, because maybe you quelled the beef that was over there. You know how they say, I'm going to pacify so and so, meaning I'm about to go whoop so and so's head and make him act right. And once they put that act right on you, and you acted right and gave tribute, then you could be back in the fold.
Yeah, I think I think that we get away from type of if you pulled up the journal article and it talked about the chronology, then that's a good research method. Arguing about what you see on a map and trying to describe things on the map, and especially when there's people in this chat that has been to those areas, right? Then that becomes it becomes problematic. And I don't want to argue with somebody who's just looking at a map. And I don't know if Hassan Khan went to Yebo.
I didn't get to Yebo yet. I'm going.
Okay, but Brother Reggie, I put the links in the back. I put the links in the back for you so you could be able to look over that journal paper that was actually dealing with what the Nuet symbol meant. Brother Sadiq, he kind of brought this forward last night. So if you can look over, that would be great.
Well, Sadiq could tell me. I mean, I respect I respect I respect what you've read. So again, it changes based on time periods. So those things I actually know. And all the newest symbol is an enclosure with a border glyph, the glyph that says border, and it's an enclosure with the border glyph. So that's pretty much what it is, and it becomes a state. Sometimes it's a community, and sometimes it's a city. It's larger, and then and then when Kemet is concerned, it becomes at one point the whole country. So, but you were trying to ultimately, this video is about the return of the riparians, right? And they could talk about riparian all they want, but can't. Yes.
Before you go there, I want to ask you a question because, and I think you might have just alluded to it. He just pulled up an article concerning the use of the Newit symbol, and in the 25th dynasty, it mentions that one of these Deshret locations or Demet with the mountains becomes a Newit symbol because it's under Egyptian rule at that time. Are we thinking that the 25th dynasty, when Taharqa comes in, that all of the land would have been called Kemet at that time? Are we starting to lean towards that based off
No,
of?
it's a special case because it actually becomes the double kingdom. The
So
double
we are okay.
The double kingdom is when those from the south come up and take back Kemet from the Sates or the other groups of people. They're in conflict with some of the North African groups that are connected with the Assyrians, and they now they have something called the double kingdom, where they have a upper and lower Sudan and an upper and lower Tawi, and they take the whole country. And so now, since it's a double kingdom, they are trying to establish the largest swath of empire real estate or civilization real estate in the time period of humanity. The 25th dynasty changes a lot of different things. Yeah, so, but getting back to the riparian land, I don't care if some of those lands could be categorized as riparian land. We can't argue that, but Kemet is not. See, Kemet can't be called a riparian land. Kemet starts off with smash. He's done it 100 times. Kemet, he looks at the eloquent peasant, and he's going Anoop is going down to Kemet, and Kemet is a city at this time. So those bozos, they're bozos, right? Don't know that at some point they're talking about the city Kemet, right? And then at sometimes, and at other times they're talking about the state. So if you're talking about when Kemet was just a city, it was an important, and then it could have been other places that they call Kemet. And then the question is always what Kemet is tied to. Is it tied to the sacred Black people, humans, right? Or is it tied to land? And I have tried to say in my presentations, and I don't think that y'all watch my presentations on when I actually do my some of my presentations, because if you would understand that Kemet is always tied to the sacred herd, sacred Black herd, and if you look at it that way, then there is no attestations for Kemet and Riparian, right? There's no attestations for that. So those people are completely wrong. Then I showed the other night, I don't know if you was watching, maybe I can share my screen. If you If
Yeah. Brother Reggie, I need to run to the store. I want to make you the host and try to get right back, but I'm gonna be listening on my phone. So is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be right. Give me about 20 minutes. All right.
Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. So let me just pull this up. And I just got back from the Malcolm X celebration that we do, and it was long. It was
How
long.
was it? Was it good?
Yeah, it was good. It was just long for me because I have to work. So I literally worked I was up at 7:30 in the morning to and I just got back. So so what I want to do is I want to pull up the TLA. So I'm gonna share my screen in a second. I'm gonna pull up the TLA.
Okay.
So are there any riparians on this chat? Anybody who's a riparian on this chat?
We're preparing the riparians. Where's
Yeah.
the riparians?
Anybody that believes in Saw Imhotep's work or in Ujau's work, right? Is anybody here on that? Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. I just want to see if there's anybody on here who, since I'm on here right now, that think they're smart. Because I'm gonna show you that
I like a lot of what Wu Jiao and Osa and Otep teach. I like the part where they teach about the linguistics and when they talk about, word origins and Nisbis and different things like that. I think they got a good grasp on the language. And I
no, they
like the
don't. No, they don't. They don't have a good grasp of anything. So
I mean, you got your opinion and they got theirs, but I just gave mine. But go
okay.
ahead, show your thing.
Okay. So here's the thing. Before I show it, because I don't like that, I'm gonna not show my screen. Prove anything they say. You say you like it. So is this like a boy and a girl liking? Right?
No.
No,
First of all, homeboy, me and you done already been through this, and I ain't got time for your silly ass questions. I'm doing me. I'm on the show to learn and to talk about knowledge and not to play your petty ass game. You already stepped up in here with your credentials and shit, like I ain't been to Egypt or some shit, like you know my fucking life and know who the fuck I am, and you don't. Stop, bro.
Okay, he forgot that I
With
was.
all the technology and GPS, you don't know I could go to Egypt right now on the internet.
Let me just see.
I can go in any tomb I want to.
Okay, there you
Yeah,
go.
check the screen,
So,
bro. Don't try to sun me though. Don't do that, Reggie. I'm a grown man.
bye. Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm not sunning anybody. When he goes to Egypt, then fine. until he goes to what is called Egypt, it's fine. So I'm not going to sun him, but I did ask so I can find out. I can find out what's going on. So Smash has to come in and unblock you. So I don't know what that is, and you're a grown man, but you are in the back chat or wherever you are. So, um, I don't think. Okay, so let me just share my screen. Here. I'm not gonna argue. I'm really not gonna argue with people. I asked him, did he have any sources? He tells me he likes something. Okay, and we're not talking about liking, right? Okay, so we're not talking about that. Okay, so okay, so I have my screen on. So let's go to this version of Kemet. So Waterbush 5, right? Volume 5, 126.7 to 127.3 is where, wait, let me get back so to show you how this works. Okay. The TLA is interesting because the TLA is kind of has chronology in it, right? So these early Kemets right here, or before Kemet is called the Black Land. You see these early Kemets right here, right? So there's more, right? So they're before they're called the Black Land. When they're called the Black Land, right, is really here, this Kemet right here. So let's click on this Kemet right here. Okay. This Kemet right here, it says Da Schwartz Fruchtland. Fruchtland is a term that they call Black Arable land. But the issue is this is a dictionary item, and there's a lot of parentheses here. So the parentheses mean what? What does the parentheses here mean? What do they mean?
Fruitland. Black.
What does the parentheses mean?
Oh, that means that they're not actually there. They're just assumed.
They're assumed. Thank you so much. Right? So the Germans created this dictionary item, and it became famous because they made it a dictionary item. And so everybody's going to go to the dictionary. But when anybody who understands the TLA knows that this is not necessarily what they mean, but Egyptologists made it mean that, right? So how do we know? Well, how do we know that? Well, we search dilemmas. Simple. Start. Search dilemmas. So we only have 2 attestations of the Black Land, right? That's what we have. And let's see if I could. I don't know why that didn't come up, detected language German. But I want to show you the problem, right? So detected language German, and I want to say, yeah, and I want to, let me see, choose another language, translate into English. Let's just do this. So is everybody following me? We use tools, right? And now, when we get to what they call the Black Land, when we find the attestation, they say leader of the Black Lands and the Red Lands. What in this says that it's arable or it's cultivated land? Nothing. So let's look at the codex. Okay, when we look at the codex of the land, so this one thing right here is establishing what they're saying cultivated in desert lands. And when we read the codex, we don't look at the word, so we don't even look at the sentence, we look at the philology, which is what they are talking about. Is that a good research method? Am I doing a good research method?
I think you're doing well.
Okay. So thank you so much. What Smash is saying? Let's just see Smash.
Smash was cracking up.
All right. So now Naya Umbunte is in here, so I'll let him in. Okay. So if this is the only attestation, right, of what the dictionary item says in the TLA, then it says one who listens to, right, or a judge of the tribunal of 30, right? One who places fear of him among the foreigners and calms for him the Bedouins, right? So they're talking about a person, one who listens to the judge and one who puts fear in the foreigners, right? Then he says one who pacifies the Asiatics, their actions. Then they say a potentate on the 2 banks. Then, so he's important, right? On the 2 banks. Then it says leader of the Black Lands and of the Red Lands. So are they talking about riparian lands and desert here? Or are they talking about people?
Somebody need to mute.
Oh,
Or
yeah,
they,
maybe we can hear your kiddos in the back.
or they talk, are they talking about
Oh,
I
hit your
keep
mute,
telling them every
Yami.
time they take out water, they need to put the water back.
Hold up, I'm muting real quick. Oh, you got that. You got to mute him real quick,
I
Reg.
like the kids.
Yeah, the
So,
babies.
so are they talking about a leader here? People? What is the main subject of this?
Talking about a leader about to do some work. Yeah, and Yam, yeah, there you go.
Are they talking about, say that again, Asar? Asar, yeah.
About a leader. I just stepped in. I was listening in the other room. You've been cooking, Reggie. They talking about a leader. Like you said, Horitep, Ni, the leader belonging to the black. See, they got black and red together. And so we have to assume the and the because of how we got these two nouns next to each other. But you're 100% right. I'm going to continue listening from the other room, but y'all cooking. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hey, and don't forget to put up your cash app, Reggie. You're cooking. All right?
Yeah, thanks. I'm just happy to be on your show working with you. Your video the other day was excellent. It was excellent. And I try to get it more views. Though I did put in the
Here go another
description.
thing. We
Yeah.
supposed to go on Sonetta this evening, huh?
I don't know. He didn't invite
Sonetta
me.
has said that to me. It was gonna be me and you, but I think we're gonna let Robert Brown. Hey UKA, if Sonetta hit me to do the show we supposed to do this evening, we want your presentation because he got another one of them 5 presentations. Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just letting y'all know I'm listening from the other room. So continue. I'm gonna press mute again.
Yeah. So now they're talking about, but think about what they say over here. One who listens, Sejam, right? 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 Of the tribunal of 30. So they're talking about some established laws. Am I wrong? Then he says, one who places fear of him. This is the leader among the foreigners. So they're raising him up, and because he has some qualities that he can listen, he can judge. And who calms for him the Bedouins, puts the people in check, who pacifies the Asiatics, right? The Amo, or the wait, let me see, where is it over here? They over here, is it the Asiatics? They're not sure. So they put in Asiatics, but if we look at it, I think it's the SETI. So I don't even know if they're talking about Asiatics, and they're not sure because they put and they say rebels, right? From on account of their actions. So he's checking people. This leader is able to check people. Then he says he's a potentate on the 2 banks. So on both sides of the river, he's boss. He's a boss dude. Then he says leader of the black lands and of the red lands. So there's a contrast between black lands and red lands, but it's a contrast about let's say Kemet, the arable land, and the desert lands, or is the contrast between Ma'at and Eastfed? Leader of those that are in Ma'at and those who are in chaos. Doesn't that make more sense than arable land? Cultivated land, right? So then to go back and to check, it's simple to check, right? So then you go back to the lemma, and then they want to say, what do they say? They say over here, what it is, it says black arable land. So what do they mean by, and they're not sure. So what do? We go to the tool and we type in let's say arable, right? Arable, which I think we should just say cultivated, but the arable. Okay, let's see what we got here.
Right. Because when you talk about arable lands,
Yeah.
if we talk about out here, we're just talking about placing manure under the soil to help it grow. So
Yeah,
it's not necessarily riparian like.
right. So Saw is absolutely right. So then we go and then we would check each and every one of these, right? To see if there is a color associated with arable land, right? We would check all of these and then we come back over to here. So now they play black arable land in here, but we would go and check each and every one of them to see if Kim is associated with the land, with the cultivated and we want to see if we want to see Kim as being black in color or sacred. So let's just go to Ahat. Let's just see if we see Kim
But
in
real
any.
quick, Brother Reggie, do I stand corrected? Because the Archers was saying it wasn't no riparian in the damn TLA. And I said they might be able to find it, but the word they could find is arable.
That's correct.
I think the word riparian is in the Vigus, not the TLA, right?
I
think it's in the Vigus. Yeah, I seen
Yeah.
it in the. All right, you got the floor. I just came in to ask that question.
So no, so you're right, right? Because we have good research methods. So then we look at all the attestations and we look for the word Kim in this word arable or ahat. And we don't see Kim. We don't see Kim. We see the field to the field list, right? I have a field to the field list. A part of a field in the irrigated zone was given to him every year. But why don't we see Kim? Why don't we see Kim in any of these attestations? No, they put it there because we black people, African people, we're not supposed to read the Meta Nature. It wasn't made for us. It was made for them to feel good. Because my problem here is I've been having problems, as you know, going to English. Let's see. Yeah. So here we go. Where do you see Kim? You see flooded. Everything that is flooded in our farmland, it's you who should cultivate it with caution. So the question is, when it's even flooded, they scared of the flood. They scared of the animals. They it may be arable land, but when it's flooded, they are scared of it, right? So what we would do is we check all of this and we don't find Kim associated with it. So if we do any type of research, we have to do it with sources, right? If the source is not there, then it's speculation. It's speculation. So arable land is important, but it got nothing to do with black. You just can't put Kim there when Kim is not there, right? And I'm not arguing with somebody or anybody who I've never seen write a paper, right? And they haven't even been to the land. The arable land is in one season, one of the seasons. And that season, they are sitting back watching. When the flood comes, they know when the flood is going to come. But guess what? They are scared of the flood, right? So they sitting back and waiting. So then once the flood happens, then they're sitting down and now they're going to cultivate the field. But where is black? Where's Kim in this?
You
So
mind if I say something about arable land too?
yeah.
So to add to what Saber's saying, arable land is land that can be plowed to grow crops. It's the dirt underneath the crops that has the fertility and maintains the traditional farming practices, such as crop rotation. Arable land is an extremely vital resource for growing food around the world, but it's also land that has been temporarily left fallow for less than 5 years. Also falls under the term arable land, and incapable of being cultivated for production of crops can sometimes be converted to arable land, which means it can be arable land without being riparian.
That's correct. But riparian does mean along, kind of like along the riverbanks, right? It does mean that. But from this first thing that I read, we know that we're really talking about Ma'at and Isfet, chaos, right? And order, or order and chaos. So there's nothing in here, right, that has anything to do with black. So how do I know this? Because I looked. How does Smash know this? Because Smash seems to don't sleep. He goes through every attestation, right? Now, a field that is fruitful, right? Fine, it's fruitful. But where is the chem associated with this? It's not there. I'm not going to argue with somebody who has some wants people to listen to him and stuff like that. I'm not going to prove it beyond liking somebody's stuff, right? The other thing is Smash. The other day, if you're still on, when he was saying Kemet Waret, I didn't say Kemet Waret. It said Kakem. I was waiting for you to say, you're not even saying, ain't no Kemet Waret in that sentence that he was talking about. But we know something about the history of the place, that Kim Waret is a god of that place, Kakem. But he looked at the Meta Necha and he said that it was, did you see that, Asar? Kemet Waret? He made up a whole nother word and it didn't say Kemet Waret.
Right.
It didn't say, it didn't say Kemet Waret.
It didn't.
It didn't. So he's trying to argue that Smash is wrong, and he was completely wrong. If somebody pulls that up, that whole conversation again, right? Let's go read it for ourselves.
And Kim
right?
wherever. So yeah,
Huh? Say what? Huh?
Yeah,
It said Kakem, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Kakem, we know that there's two gods there. There's a bull god and there's a crocodile god, right? Huh? So he's arguing about, and they over here trying to say, Smash can't read the Meta Necha. Hell yeah, Smash can read the Meta Necha, right? I'm not saying that Ujao, I'm saying Ujao is very good in the Meta Necha, but not very good in understanding it. He's forcing things that are not there. So what I did while we were talking, I went to look for Kim, and I see in a screen, right? I'm looking for Kim and associated with arable land, because if they concerned so much that it was black, wouldn't they say it's black? Why would they miss that? Why would they miss that? They don't miss it because it's not sacred. It's not sacred. It's not Kim. So, translate into English. See, I'm stuck here. I don't know what happened. They sabotaging Brother Reggie. So if anybody wants to come in without fake ego and show us that I'm wrong, show me that I'm wrong, right? And I will say, okay, I'm wrong in that particular case. You have an agitation. But if you just want to talk about how great you are and I don't know where you've been, Well, don't seem like you've been a Kemet, right? Don't seem like you've been there, right? I mean, okay, what's that? You created a picture which is painted with Nubian ochre, right? Coated, primed with field soil, right? On which is not a single lion has trodden. So you created this picture which is painted with Nubian ochre. So they're talking about something that they drew, right? Coated and primed with field soil, right? But it's with Nubian ochre, on which not a single lion has trodden. Right? So if you haven't shown Kim in this attestation, right? Okay, so I did that one. So I would go back to arable land, right? I'll go back to arable land. So we ruled out Ahad. And then we would go to Aket, field arable land. Let's see if that one comes up black. So let's look at the lemmas. But this same guy who says Smash doesn't know how to read the Meta Necha and arguing Kakim and saying it's Kemet Waret in front of everybody, the same guy who came back from wherever he went, right? He says throw out the TLA. Why should I throw out the TLA where I can use the attestations? I can find the attestations that correspond to dictionary items. Why would you throw that out? Over here, she is the fertile field for the Lord. She is. So there's a metaphor, right? Now they talk about the field, crops, kings. Wouldn't this be a great place to put Kim in it? Written by the chiefs of the land who experienced in his office a seed of a scribe from Kemet, the chief of the crops, who divides the Ujat, measuring vessels, who collects the abundance of grain for his Lord. Wouldn't this be a great place to say that the field was black? I don't see it. I just see arable land without a color, right? Or at least not with the color Kim. So Kim is not this, they're not putting this in the context of what Kim is, right? So anybody who is doing this, making an arable land black, right? When the Europeans can't even show it, they got you in the prison bathroom. Diddy got you. He got you. Diddy got you. At least Diddy apologized. I don't care about his apology. But Diddy at least apologized. They're not apologizing. So they want to now be smarter, everybody, than the Europeans, who at least they're not always honest, but they are honest in their most of these translations, except for I think they missed the Black reality relationship of Ma'at and Deseret or chaos. I think they missed that, right? Here's the fruit land. Where is black? Somebody show me. So that's two attestations. I mean, if Kim was, thank you for laughing. If Kim was important, I wouldn't have to keep drilling down. So this is a river plot, arable land along the riverbank. I should see Kim. So let's do this.
Exactly.
I think I should see Kim. So we don't have to make up the meta necha. Why do we got to make meta necha metaphysical? Like, man, I mean, you may not respect me, right? But respect the method. I don't need you to respect me. I want you. Where's black here? Right? Where's here? Oh, the perfect God, oh son of Nep. right? Okay, so Nefer, right? The perfect God. Where is black here? How come when we go through all of the forms of arable land, so all they did was they used the black land argument, but they tried to do it with riverbank, right? I mean, they tried to do it with riparian. So here I'm in their house right now, the riverbank, right? Riverbank shore edge. I should see black. Let's just see. So I'm in their house right now and I'm eating their food. And I ain't even breaking a sweat, right? If you tell me this is not the way that you do it, then you tell me another way that you're going to find all of the attestations and check. But you don't want us to do this because you want to run game on us, right?
Increase your screen size, Saber.
How am I? How to do that? What?
Go to the right. You see those circles in the upper right corner?
Okay, so let me just translate the circles. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Click those circles in the upper right corner.
I did that.
And then it should say amongst that list.
Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, so that's fine. So anyway, thank you. Right? He crossed the two banks. These are the two banks, riparian land that they say. Where's it black? Did they say that he crossed the two black banks? Where is the black? Now, they said Unis has come to the channels, which are on the banks of the waters of the great flood, to the places of peace with green fields, right? In the horizon, right? Oh, Unis will make the herbs green on the two shores. Green. Where's the black? They're looking at the two shores green, right? So we got a color here. We just don't have Kim. Right? We got a color, but all of these attestations don't say black, don't say Kim. So how do they get away with that? You know how they get away with that? By bad scholarship from their part and ignorant scholarship from slaves who follow them, who don't even check their work, right? So Assault and Ka, he does this all day. Smash Rockwell definitely does this all goddamn night, right? Where is black? Here they mention Horus, Hor, right? To two shores. Where's black? Oh, you want to say burning? The two lands burning? You can say burning, but you're not saying black. So you're doing a bunch of homina, right? Supposing, right? But none of them have made their point. Now, in their arguments, they never did this. They want to hide this because if they show this to you, right? If they show this to you, you're going to say, guys, you wrote this whole book and you didn't show us where a cat, Egypt, right? For the two banks. Oh, the river plot, arable land along the river banks. I should see that they're black, right? But they're not arguing that. They're not arguing. See, they're playing around because they're not arguing that it's black. And it's a good reason why they're not arguing that it's black, because there's no references for black. But what they're doing is trying to make Kemet not black, but there is no connection to Kemet in any of this agitations. There's no connection to Kemet and the land. So the land can't be Kemet. Let's see what this says. Do y'all get my point? Or am I
Yeah.
wasting your time?
Yeah. So Jeb is there, and it's called Black Land. Why is it Jeb not related to Black if it's supposedly called the Jeb?
Or it's supposed to be called Kemet. So if they're saying Kemet is arable land, then how come we don't see Kemet, right? Because they're trying to make Kemet be something else that nobody says that it is, right? They trying to make Kemet mean arable land, right? But there's no references to Kemet. So how do they do that? How did they do this? Is 2024. This is not 2021 or anything like that. This is 2024, right? How do they do this? Right? They're saying Kemet means
Peace, Reggie. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
yeah.
hear you, brother.
Yeah. Peace. I have a question. When I studied the Hebrew language, they had trilateral roots and bilateral roots, and every word that derived from a trilateral root and bilateral root had a relationship to that trilateral root or bilateral root. You know, Shabbat and 7, it means perfect, it means complete, but it was all related. Is that the same thing with Kim?
Well, in a sense, yes, because there's an adjective. There's an adjective, right? That helps with the words, right? So it could be bilateral, triliteral. So yes, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, is there any circumstance where the word Kim is used and it has nothing to do with the color black?
Yes. Several.
Yeah. As
complete,
total. Yeah, complete, total.
Yeah, there's a few of them.
Yeah.
Right, but I understand that, but just like in the number 7 in Hebrew also means completeness, but it's related. Whenever you see 7 days or 7 rests, it always means complete.
Yeah, but that's grammatical.
That's so I'm guessing. I'm not guessing, but I'm asking. Whenever you see Kim, or whenever you see the color black, is it the same as completeness, wholeness?
No.
No. Oh, okay. Okay.
Because you have to look at the sentence.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have to look at the sentence in the sentence context. You just can't look at a word. You got to look at the sentence. That's how they get you in the prison bathroom, right? You got to look at the whole sentence to see the context, and then see if there's some nuances in that. I'm trying to stop sharing my screen. Okay, there it goes. So languages can be complicated, right? And yes, you build on relationships, but once you start reading a sentence, it helps you to know if this says complete, total, perfect, versus sacred and black, right? In this context. So you're not wrong. Languages are similar in itself. So I'm just waiting for Pan-African James to come back because I am kind of fatigued. I just don't like people. I mean, if you want to give something to the people, the line is open. But you're not going to dictate me. Nobody cares about you.
So the back chat. Somebody just dropped something for us in the back chat, Sable. Let me see.
Yeah, help me out. Care about you. You ain't write nothing. Want to be important? Yeah. Okay, be important.
Where's the back chat at, man? Why can't I find it today?
Did you check more or anything? More? Show chat previews, record on this computer. You're on YouTube, Twitch. I don't see it on mine.
You don't see it either, huh? I'm looking. Summary, no. Cancel that.
Maybe.
Participants 6, chat. Oh, there go to chat. Here we go.
All right.
So
I
let me
just want
see.
to see, while you're doing that, I just want to see these loudmouths. Man, just write a page. Write 3 paragraphs. Right? I mean, messing up Pan-African James, great presentation when I came in, trying to understand why they might use the field versus the Newegg, right? I mean, he was just asking questions and we try to get, but to come in and come on. Come on.
So they sent this let me see how this is a long article though, y'all. Y'all gotta specify. They sent something showing the Amrat branch borders, a large number of pyramids dating from the Old Kingdom, and they're saying this is the way that they got the blocks of pyramids up that particular waterway, the water course of the ancient Amrat branch.
Mhm. Any got anything to do with Kim?
Oh, I'm skimming through it and I don't see any.
We're just concerned. They say
Where
it needs
sure
riparian land.
a
So
black sandy mud layer. Here we go. Let's see what this says.
yeah,
In core
share,
B.
share screen. No, 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 no. Share screen.
Share it up. All right, yes, sir. Hold
Share
on.
screen. Share screen. Share screen.
Let me get off of this. Let me hit, where's my share? There it is. Sharing is caring. Here we go.
What's Sheffrin talking about? Yeah.
He trying to get Ujao stirred up. He like, Ujao, come on. So in core A, between the center and left bank of the former branch, we found brown sandy mud at the floodplain surface and down to 2.7 meters with some limestone and chert fragments. A reddish sandy mud layer with gravel and handmade material inclusions at 2.8 meters. A gray sandy mud layer from 3 to 5.8 meters. And another reddish sandy mud layer with gravel, and freshwater mussel shells at 6 meters. Black sandy mud from 6 to 8 meters, and sandy silt grading into clean. Well sorted medium sand dominated the profile from 8 to 13 meters. In core B, on the right bank of the former branch, we found recently deposited brown sandy mud at the floodplain surface and down to 1.5 meters, alternating brown and gray layers. So shallow ground was encountered in both.
Okay, let me just stop you there. Let me just stop you. Right. That's what modern science has found. Show me in the text what ancient Egyptians, so-called ancient Egyptians found.
There you have it.
Hey, peace, guys. I got one more question. Is there an attestation where they ever say, I'm going to dig up the Kim from the Nile banks? Is there anything like that?
Of course not. Of course not, because what I've been trying to do is show you that these attestations, they don't have Kim involved in it. There's no black mud god. This is not no black mud god, so they're not gonna be digging up Kim. Because Kim is not associated to what they think it's associated with. It's associated to black knives, black pots. It's associated with cattle. It's not associated with mud. No, right? No, they're not going. When the eloquent peasant Anoop Inpu, sorry, he was going down south, right? So he could feed his family. He went down south to Kemet. He didn't go down south to the mud. He wasn't interested in the mud. And that the earliest places where we see place names, right, with Kim is the pyramid text when the king says he's the black ram born of the black sheep. He is the Sai Kim Sa Sit Kemet. That is the first time. It had nothing to do with no contrasting the Deseret. It has something to do with the sacred animal who the king is and the people that the king controls, which is the Kemet. Okay, so let me show you this, and then that will be it for me while I take a break. Because I just feel I don't know who let that dude in. I am not participating any longer with that dude on any show, even if it's a show I love. I mean, if that's the state of if that is the state of if we're looking for people, please, right? But I don't know who let him on. Pan African James, you, not you, Assault.
I think Smash let him in.
Oh, Smash let him in?
Initially.
Oh, dang. And then Smash broke out. Shoot.
When he first came on, he invited him. Okay, so Muntu has a video. That's what it was. He's got the video in the back chat in the Discord. Let's see what happens. Let me see.
Look at the early Egyptological literature. They talk about the ancient Egyptians as though they were existed by way of migration from either West Asia or even Europe. Okay, and even the study of Egypt was done based on a Middle East or Levant viewpoint by way of the Abrahamic traditions in terms of the influence of the Bible, the Old Testament, New Testament, and even in the Semitic lens into languages and things like that. So all of this gives birth, culminating all around that time. So I say all that to say to fast forward that over time, as Egypt
there it is,
becomes more and more studied and more data and information comes out and it's available to the public because times have changed, from back then till now, as far as slavery, as far as just access to information, things like that, the whole spectrum. So now it's harder, it's real hard to separate Egypt from Africa now. It's real hard to say Egypt, the Egyptians themselves were from Europe. But no one's going to buy that. No one's going to believe that kind of stuff anymore. But there's still an undertone there to keep Egypt separated from the rest of Black Africa and the greatness. Okay? So I say that to say that the entire alien extraterrestrial movement when it comes to Egypt is nothing more than a modern way to discredit Black African great civilization and contributing so much to the world. So instead of giving credit to Black Africans, they're like, nope, it has to be aliens that built these pyramids. It has to be aliens that built that Sphinx.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? So
what happened to that?
That's going.
It's going down.
Movement.
It's a show we did back in the day.
We shouldn't tolerate that at all because one is, for the most important part, it's just not true. All right. So I just want to kind of put that there because this is what's going on.
So our brother Ujao, let's take him back.
Egypt is nothing more than a modern way to discredit Black African
arrows. Arrow.
Arrow and himself.
Why everybody from that side got a contradictory video in their own words? Let's go.
Grapevine, I saw. Arrows. Magi is smiting eyes, tongues, heads, right? Hearts.
That's a dig being naughty, yo. If you dig in any of the old archive stuff that we did, you're gonna find stuff like this.
I want to hear more. What you got?
Say it again one more time, Brother Ujal. We just wanted to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, let us hear more.
Contributing so much to the world. So instead of giving credit to Black Africans, they're like, nope, it has to be aliens that built these pyramids. It has to be aliens that built that Sphinx. You see what I'm saying? So that's the undertone that's going on with movements. And you know, we shouldn't tolerate that at all because one, it's I mean, for the most important part, it's just not true.
So we shouldn't tolerate it at all, and for the most part, it's not true, is what you're telling us?
So I just want to kind of put that there because this is what's going on.
Okay, thanks for putting us up on game, because that's what we were thinking was going on. My good brother. Appreciate you, Brother Ujal.
Choo.
I'm back. I came
back.
back right on time. Beautiful.
Because y'all, Montu, you funny. Because you remember all that stuff that they used to. You really don't want me to dig in them hangouts, man. I'm nice.
Oh, I came back because Reggie said he was gonna take a break. But if you back, James, you could take the host, or if Reggie, you know.
Well, I do want to show one thing. Hey, Big T, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Shout out to Brother La, Big T.
Brother La, how you doing? We missed you today. We missed you. We missed you out there on May 19th. We missed your able-bodied self, right? But you do work hard, so I can understand. I can understand. You show me who else is the Lord of the Kemet. I want to know who else is the Lord of the Kemet. Let me blow this up.
Second line.
What happened? What happened? What? Oh,
you good? You good?
Yeah. No, that's another agitation. But let me go back up. No, man, it goes there. Oh.
Go back to that one, Saber. Saber, go back real quick. I think you found the one. Yeah.
It's a happy Lord of the Black.
Go ahead. It's not that one.
That's the only thing I want to.
Oh no, you go ahead. I'm just watching.
No, it's soft. Right? So who else is the Lord of the Kemet? Right? Oh, the Black Bulls. Oh, so the Black Bulls is not associated with Happy, with Happy Ankh. Happy Ankh. There you go, right there. Happy Ankh. He's a bull. Or he's the Lord of the Kemet. So this version of Kemet is obviously the black coat, or the mostly black with what? Mostly black, the best bull, who is like the king. He's associated with he's the Lord of the Kemet.
Happy Ankh Kem Neb Kemet. There it is. Neb Kem, Lord Neb Kemet. Yes, him.
Are they talking? Are they just talking about Are they just talking about cattle? Are they talking? Don't the people worship Happy Ankh?
I think so.
Oh, I was there. Don't they worship the black cattle Apis, who is the Lord of the Kemet? He's the king of the Kemet?
I'm pretty sure.
So this I need translated. Happy is a saw? Right?
Remember who you are, being a saw. Yeah. I said, remember who you are, being a saw. Yes, sir. Yeah.
He's a saw. The saw happy, hapu, I don't know. The wahem, the repeater, right? Or the mini of Bata. And then this word right here, I need some help with y'all. What y'all got for me with this right here? This word right here, so I can
Sorry.
Huh?
Sorry.
Yeah, the Sari. And is this what? I don't know. Sari what? Right? Yeah.
Causative.
Blow it up a
You know
little
how
more.
Erie is like a doer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or a maker? So this
Yes.
looks like they put a causative F's on it and didn't have space to put the reed leaf A. So they put that A. You know, to say, you know how if you see a reed leaf and then a R, you'll think ear,
Yeah.
like to do. Well, that
Like
might
Eric.
be Erie. It might be the causative S with Erie, like to make a road, to make a way.
And that's what they're
Yeah,
saying,
it
right?
said to make a way, right? Yep.
Hey,
See, yeah,
that's why I
exactly.
said the
So that's
what.
what that kind of says. Yeah.
To make a what, and then what is this?
So that looks like my. Hold on, hold on. That's saw right there. Hold on. What up with it? Hello?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, well.
So when you got the bozos, how come they never read the glyphs? They got a lot to say about noob and that. That's the only words they know. But I'm a grown man. I don't know what a grown man is. You might be a grown man, but you're not nowhere near no scholarship. That's what we do over here. Take your grown man, non-scholarship self somewhere else. I don't know why you want to mess with Brother Reggie. I don't want to mess with me. You think you better? You're not better. And I'm not, listen, my sources, forget me, my sources whip you. Ain't got no sources. You got reaction. I say something and you say something. But when it comes down to reading the Medu Neter, we got sound effects for you. Falling. So why don't you go and guess what? The Riparians don't want you. You're not even on their team. What team are you on? What team are you on? Oh, you the prophet. Oh, I got that.
Hold on, Reggie. Before you get past this, like, do you even I know you can't figure out what that is, but do you got a guess of what that is? Right there that's above the T before the N?
Before
Where you was just at right there? Like, I don't know what it can say. It almost looked like Kemet, but
Where?
I don't know what that is. I mean,
well, that's the problem. We're trying to see if it's a version of Mott or but we do know this is to make a way.
Oh, hold on.
Right?
Oh, what you asking? No, that's my yeah, but
okay, so you saying that is mine.
Mott and so but see, truth in life.
Truth and never her.
But something was after that. I don't think the whore is a preposition. So if not, that's gonna be a beautiful fact. Yeah, it wouldn't work. So that whore here got to be a preposition, and it must have been more to that sentence. Maybe is that the rest of the sentence down there?
That's all here's the go. So here, that's all that line is in the Serapian. Sorry, somebody's calling me. I'll mute my mic.
Yeah, so was Sarah happy? All right, with him and all right.
Sorry, somebody mute my mic. I'm sorry.
No, it's all
Okay.
good. I got you. Yeah. Oh, you got it.
Let's look some more. Let's look.
I can't. I'm not the host.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can do that.
Let's look little more into Saber Reggie's theory.
I'm back. I'm back. I just muted. So there we go. So the relationship of Kemet is to the Black Bulls, but it's also to Asar. Asar is the can I say, the happy Ankh, the
Yeah.
soul is black, right? So, but we make this relationship over here. And then we start to see a whole bunch of people involved in this, right? So who are they talking about? Humans or cattle, or the relationship between humans and cattle? So this term right here, we will, with him in Patah, it says, okay, so we do what Smash taught me how to do. Because I learned, oh, I can't do it from here. I gotta go to the actual thing to do it, to translate this right here. But we see with him, repeater of Patah. So they don't translate everything. I don't think. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't translate everything. So what else I got on this? And then family, I'm on whatchamacallit time. I'm on sleepy time right now because I'm tired. So we got some seated man with an ankh, right? And we have Kemet, seated man in a relationship, or maybe a god or nature in relationship to this form of Kemet, right? So there's a relationship between humans and Kemet. This one over here, this is this one over here. It says Kemet, and then it says spelling also use
Tahuti,
Tahuti men
Apis,
Emineris, right? So these are all the black, and this is Kemet. So Kemet has a
Okay, I see men. Who else is on there? Apis?
Yeah. Apis.
Holy smoke.
Apis.
So hold on, I didn't know Tahuti was black. That's crazy.
Yeah, Tahuti always. If
yo,
you go
I just learned another gem today. Yo, this is out of control.
If you go look at the judgment scene that they always show, Tahuti's arms are black.
Yeah.
So that rendition that Wu Jiao did was right.
Yeah,
I'm messing with Wu Jiao because he had him black, and then he had his whole body black.
Jiao
And
got some fly drawers,
T-Fex was like, man, if we was looking at this, we would think this was the black person. And that man tried to talk his way out of his own artwork. He blamed that on the SAR society.
What did he say? What did he say?
What happened, bro?
He said that the reason why he drew them like that, not because that's his own thoughts. He said he drew it because of, I guess, a customer, a SAR society, wanted him to render them that way.
Shout out to the brothers at the SAR.
But he don't think that we've been around. I remember when he started his brand. I think I had my brand.
Those used to be all over everything.
Yeah, that was his merchandise that he was selling.
Smash, you remember when he would call you in the hangouts? We would all be on the hangouts. In the hangouts, he would pull out one of the black ones just because. Just because. And you remember our shirts, because remember, there's only about 10 of us who have the original Seshu Ma'ani Metal Nature shirts. And we got our names on them. He had did another one that wasn't for the originals, but it didn't have the scribe on it. He had did another one shortly after, and it had a SAR on it, black. So I didn't know it was for the society. I don't remember them wearing the shirts or even this. That's new to me. That's new.
Yeah,
but I tell you what, I want to back Saber Reggie's point. I don't want him to get off of that, because if y'all could see my screen.
Hey, real quick, Reggie. Reggie ain't there?
He stepped off for a second. He's asleep.
Go
ahead. When we go to these hymns, the first Ba, the first soul, this is about Amen, the Osirai, Osar. State prior to this hymn, there may also be a supported pun on the objects of veneration which are simultaneously Amun and his cult statue Menu. Okay, let me put y'all on game. You see what it say up here?
or Emisapawet, all that, right? Horus, who is in the districts Sititawi, illuminates the two lands. Ka'au Nuin, Ankh-Dejet, bull who ejaculates noon. Ankh-Dejet, who lives eternally. Imrenef in Ra, in his name of Ra, Ra-Neb, every day. Horus is the bull who ejaculates noon. I bet you if we go down a little further, it's going to get deeper. I bet you if we go a little further down, it's going to get even deeper for us. Let's take a look. I bet you he does it because of a reason. Horus of the five souls, living one who lives in noon, in his name of living royal Ka, spirit, God of the sun folk. Y'all know who the sun folk are. Let's go a little further in the text. I bet you there's a reason he's doing this. Lion living a face before the great temple of Heliopolis, who spits out every lion in his name of soul of souls, God of livestock. He's the God of the livestock, right? He's telling you who he is, and he's gonna probably give you a reason. What's up? Falcon God, that's not the one. Let's keep going. Enters the earth, Bob those in the water, God of fish, God of the fish. He's in control of a lot. But there's something in particular that he want to tell you, and it's what you should think. Let me see. He, the Bob Amen, is a beam of the earth, the land upon his sides, wind and water coming forth from his innards. Okay, insides. That's not it, yeah. Until you shall be the sinware, the perware, and the shin sarek. Unto you shall be Egypt and all that is in it. So he's got it all. And the sarek waters always come forth from him. All right. So we still talking about water, since y'all like the water so much. But y'all don't want to give credit to the bull. We're gonna get that bull up here in a minute. Let me see. That's what happened when you do it on the fly. Take a second. We're gonna get to that bull. Where that bull at? He's gonna tell you in a minute. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
You seen that?
No, go ahead.
Some of these gotta be kept, but yeah.
No, I want to say, just keep going.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you can
I'm about to get back to it. Oh, let me scoot back
I'm gonna
up
show
to it.
something right after that.
Oh, I'm gonna let you show real quick. I'm gonna get back to it. Let me
Let me see if they can hear me.
Find my line.
Nah, it's cool. Shout out to the people still watching the show. So I just came back in the room and started searching some stuff that y'all had y'all spawned some thought, and I want to show y'all something. Because there's no speculation about the men and the women being black bulls. They just want y'all to stay up out of the TLA so you can never see it. So let me see.
That you about to pull up what I'm about to pull up, I think. You
Well, go ahead. Yeah.
When he ejaculates on behalf of the beautiful women.
No, something else.
Because that's what I'm about to pull up.
Well, here's one I want to add to what people don't understand about the black and the red. And I'm going to share the screen, right? And when we look at primary text, they explain it. They don't say shit about none of the stuff they talking about. But what did Reggie say? It's fat in my eye. So did Plutarch say that. And he said because of this reason, they don't like to associate with red men. Now, what does this say? Thou shalt spit out black-faced, blind-eyed, white-eyed, wreathing. Hold on. I'm sorry. This ain't the one I was trying to read. It just scrolled down when I click. I'm trying to read this one. I'm like, not the black face. That's about a snake
Now,
right there.
hold up, I found mine. If you
Well, I'm in the middle of it now.
you got it, okay, okay. Let me
Yeah.
sit
So
back.
look, it's just I just scrolled off the screen by accident when I clicked. This is the one I was talking about. Because I have thy sting, thou shalt not trust it in, to cause thyself to become black like Horus and red like Seth. So when we talked about the dichotomy between Isfet and Ma'at, we see it in primary text, and I'm gonna let Sarah share the screen now. We can see it right in primary text, to where they say, look, first of all, this is corroborating that Horus was black, right? But and this is corroborating the dichotomy between black and red is between divinity and Isfet. But Asar, there you go. We could just do a medley on them and keep hitting them from all directions. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna bang y'all in the head again, cause it's right there on the screen. Ampet bears your ba. You existing there as Baneb Dejed. Ba, soul, Neb, Lord, Dejed, stability. Bull who ejaculates on account of the beautiful women. Pew, 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 pew. Living Keperer, engendering of phallus, upraised of arm, bearer of the flail, mysterious ram form, residing in Mendes. Why is he ejaculating on behalf of the beautiful women? Let's go further, because the bull who ejaculates noon in his name of Ra, who illuminates the two lands.
Oh, this about to hurt him. Y'all ain't gonna like this one. This about to hurt him.
Here go the other one. Bull, Horus, who is in the districts, who illuminates the two lands. Bull, who ejaculates noon, who lives eternally in his name of Ra every day. This is the big bull that Saber Reggie is telling you about. This is the one. Why y'all keep mixing it up? In his name of living royal Ka, god of the sun folk. Y'all keep running around with this pseudo business, but this is the bull who ejaculates noon, who lives eternally, and he ejaculates on behalf of the beautiful women, in case you forgot it.
Pew, 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 pew. See, the relationship that we know is now the relationship of the cattle cult, right? Of pre-dynastic, dynastic. And that's where they get these concepts. They don't get the concepts or looking at no damn land. They get the concepts for things that are on the earth.
So Reggie.
Uh-huh.
You see a hieroglyph right here?
I'm waiting for you to share your screen.
You share. Hold on, let me get out of there.
Y'all got the big boys on here now, boy. Huh?
Do you see it? Let me see if James, anybody, if y'all can see this, Asar.
Yeah, we see it.
Y'all see a hieroglyph right there?
We do?
The hieroglyph, damn, yeah.
Well, I guess the scholars must have seen that too, huh? If they wouldn't even have put that there. They got 4 versions of this text, and some of them they don't put the hieroglyph, and this one is spelled Richet. In other versions, they put a different word that makes them think weird about this text. Well, doesn't know any black people? Interesting. If the Kim, or does this mean doesn't know any wet people? Did the TLA get it wrong? Maybe the TLA got it wrong, because I don't know how we could be so good. Look, let me click refresh.
Man, hold on.
Let me
I
click
just got
refresh.
back. Hold on.
Look, how we
man.
doing this? Don't y'all see it say
go
lower?
back. Yeah, I gotta see this again. Hold up. So this says, oh yeah, it's in German.
Oh, I can take. Let's do it even better. Let's just take this to Google, so they don't even know what the TLA. You feel me? Let's just go to Google Translate.
Oh, but we're not supposed to use TLA.
Oh, but didn't they bring on a scholar who said you could use Google Translate? What does Google Translate say it say?
Huh, don't know any black people. but we can read the glyphs.
Hold up. It say don't know any black people. That is crazy.
Let's read the codex. Because they're gonna say, yeah, that agrees with Sonoran.
Oh no, the codex kills it. Because when we read the text, next they start talking about a red person. So they so she talking to her scorpions, and she telling them basically she don't want them to sting the inhabitants of her area. So she like, look, check this out. And she say rich people, poor people, black people, red people. Now let's go. They go ISIS, and I'm just gonna skim through it, turn away. It says to the back, oh, you poison, as you see. Do not jump according to the beloved rider, egg of the Egyptian goose who emerged from the sycamore, says, my or this speech is in a force literally order valid for you, the seven scorpions, since the darkness. I said to you, I am alone. Do not destroy or erase your good name or reputation. So she telling the scorpions, look, don't go do nothing bad and start stinging people. Now watch this. It says doesn't know any black people. This is just negation before knowledge before a black person. So it should be translated don't, not doesn't. Don't know or don't don't be intimate with. This is the form of rec where we would see don't enter. So they're like, don't sting, basically, because she's talking to scorpions. A black person. Now look what they say directly after that.
Next. Basically ignore the black people.
Now watch this though. You can't ignore the black people because the next one say red people.
Right, but it says when he's stinging, he's telling them ignore the black people when he's stinging.
Now look what it's telling them. Now talk is not a good one. But don't y'all clearly see they say this one is red people after the last one was black people? Whatever they telling y'all on the other shows is crazy. When we click this word right here, it's going to lead to a word that you don't do to animals, pets. It's like to greet somebody. It's like, hey, what's up, bro? So look, so when they said talk to, they took a harsh interpretation of addressing someone. So it's she telling the scorpions, don't even address the red person, don't even know a black person. Now, what part about that? So they're not supposed to know a wet person, huh? Again. What else did they say it meant? What else did they say it meant? They making stuff up. But go ahead, who next? Because we doing a medley real
They
next.
said don't know a complete person. Don't know a wet person.
So then if the complete person is complete, then what's the red person? Where do red mean incomplete? How are they using those
red
two
is evil
against each other?
But they're still, and I have to go, but they're still talking about people. They're not talking about no damn land.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off this too because we're gonna do the Robert Brown on Sonetta at about 7:00 Pacific time. Come on, we're gonna build for a minute. If you up, Reggie, then Robert got that fire presentation. You know that last one he did was killing them too.
Oh, so
yeah, that's gonna be good. I seen the preview.
Robert Brown has made it past me on Sonetta Studios. Now he's in the big house.
What you mean made it past you? You right there. We support them and presenting him. You feel me?
No, I'm Sonetta Studios right now. Now he's on the House of Consciousness?
Nah, Reggie said you supposed to come. I mean, I think you coming on there with us tonight, so I need you coming on.
Right, but that's the big show.
Well, we gonna warm it up.
We're gonna warm it up. Gonna kick off because it's 6 where I'm at.
9 o'clock Eastern. 9 o'clock Eastern. So we're gonna warm it up, talk about the cattle for a minute. I'm waiting for Robert to give me the title of his presentation. Then I'm gonna send it to Sa, and we're gonna be ready for the night.
Yeah, he got lyrics.
Oh, he about to
gonna do his thing.
New study, man. He that new one, yo.
Yeah, that's for real. I can't front.
Look, they didn't have their last interviewer on, and I don't know why they interviewed her. She just cut them. Huh?
Oh, it's called The Power of Blackness. Oh yeah, that's about to go in. Y'all make sure y'all got your arrows up. We need to block out the sun. When we roll through the night, it's arrows up. We about to represent Sonetta TV. We gonna watch The Power of Blackness by Brother Robert Brown. Let me see.
Okay, I'm gonna get some rest because I had a long day.
Yeah,
Thank
yes,
y'all
sir.
so much. And
Yeah.
All right, peace, brother Reggie. Me too. I'm gonna
Matter.
chill until we get ready to.
Yeah, me
Thanks
too.
for
I'm gonna play
thanks
some
for
video games.
thanks for taking a good look at my work, and now it's our work, and how can I say, because we can understand what the meta nature says. So I appreciate expanding and you know what? Poking the wing. I mean, poking the balloon of.
What happened? Oh, James accidentally ended the meeting. Somebody ended the meeting in the middle of Reggie talking. But look, we're gonna watch The Power of Blackness with UKA and I'm adding Robert, I hope you ain't mad, and the MAD Magi Archers. Yeah, I added that to the title. 9 o'clock. Yeah, we're gonna see y'all there. The Power of Blackness, UKA and the Magi Archers. All right. With or by? Yeah. All right. All right, we see y'all later. We're going to roll through there. Arrows up. Peace. Oh, thanks for the contributions again. I don't ever want nobody to stop tripping. Yeah. So Kemet is the dorsal fins, huh? So I guess everybody was a dorsal fin. How we know they ain't talking about the dorsal fin? Man, cut it out. All right, y'all. I'm going to get ready for tonight. It's about to be fun. And it might be some hoop on or something right now, too. Peace. Thanks for the support.